Okay, we're on.
Okay, can we do, sorry, I just joined. Can we do a roll call before I open up the meeting? Are we all on? Chris, I see Chris.
Here.
Is Letty on here?
No. I don't see Letty.
We have a quorum. Whoops.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and begin. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
President Dr. Rios,
Present.
Vice President Mendoza, Board Clerk Yu,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Apodaca,
Here.
Board Member Law,
Here.
Board Member Nishi,
Here.
Board Member Say.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session: conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT and AFSCME and CSEA. Are there any public comments on closed session item, Madam Clerk?
There is none, Madam
Thank you.
President.
Can I have a motion to move to closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Law,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza.
I'm not sure. I just started. I'm not sure what I'm voting on.
Just vote
Moving to
yes,
closed
it'll be okay.
session.
We're going into closed session. Okay, yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Remember to log out and log into our other session for closed session.
Do you know how to do that?
No, I don't know how to do it. It's not getting any easier.
Exit. Okay. Oh my goodness. Quest, get out of here. I can't. turn the headphones off. Okay, are we all here? Good evening, everyone. Let me see. I think I see Letty, I see Sue, I see Ernie, Sophia. Do we see Maynard?
Apodaca here.
Okay, I think we're only missing Maynard. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I want to thank everyone for joining us today, especially our community members who are taking time out of their day to be involved in our district. Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Here.
Mr. Law,
Here.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Present.
Mr. Nishi,
Present.
Dr. Rios,
Present.
Mrs. Say,
Present?
Mrs. Yu.
Here.
Thank you.
This evening, excuse me. We welcome public comments. Comments submitted will be presented during the public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one section, which is limited to which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Comments submitted regarding a specific agenda item will be presented following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taken action. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT and AFSCME and CSEA. Can I have a board member volunteer to do today's pledge, please, or the Pledge of Allegiance? Usually I give somebody a heads up, but today I didn't. Sue, would you like to volunteer?
Of course.
Okay.
Everybody, let's stand and do our pledge. Okay. Everybody, can't even see my face. Okay, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Thank you. So tonight we begin with presentations, spotlight on teaching and learning. Dr. Sue?
Thank you so much, President Rios. Tonight, one of the wonderful things that when we hired Scott Smith as our communications officer, we were able to hire him to do so many different kinds of things. And so tonight we want to learn about the things that he's done. And so Scott, let's take it away.
Terrific. Thank you, Dr. Sue. Good evening, President Dr. Rios, board members, ABC staff, and members of the community. The district's communications program has shifted quite a bit since I last spoke to you. Since Monday, March 16th, the district has not only been teaching in new ways, but we have been communicating in new ways as well. Our focus since we dismissed students from our campuses has been to provide information, points of contact, to answer questions, and to quell rumors. Initially, we were providing daily community updates from Monday through Thursday with information and resources to help answer questions our families and the community may have. This was sent out via email every evening and posted to our social media sites as well as our district website. Included in this update were ways to contact the district's tech hotline, child welfare and attendance, and our new hotline during school closure. Since the end of the school year, this communication has been sent out weekly, each Thursday evening. We've also created several videos to inform the community. Dr. Sue has joined me for several video conversations, one sent out just last week about all that the district is doing during this time of school closure. We've received a great deal of positive feedback from these videos, from our families, staff, and the community. Even with the terrible impact of COVID-19, we've still been able to share the district's story. Over the past several months, the district staff has been interviewed by the LA Times and education industry related groups and publications about the success we've had with many of our programs, like online learning at home. The 2019-2020 school year saw our communications reach a wide audience. Our social media grew significantly. On Twitter, we averaged over 9,700 impressions each month, and our highest month being 14,500 impressions. We grew our Instagram following from scratch and all organically to over 400 followers. On Facebook, we saw strong organic growth of over 1,000 followers, and the engagement remains high. We've had over 40 articles published in local newspapers over the past school year, and pitch stories to national and educational news outlets. We had Inside California Education, a statewide public television show, come down to record a show about our mental health professionals program. Sadly, that show was recorded on Friday, March 13th, the last day our students were in school. This story is likely to air later this year. It really was a good year for sharing the ABC story, and we will continue to work hard to share more in the year ahead. As always, and especially during these challenging times we're now experiencing, I am honored and excited to share the district stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. At this time, may I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of August 4th, 2020?
So moved.
Second, Mendoza.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Aye.
Mr. La,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu, Mrs. Yu, motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. And I guess before I move on, I just want to acknowledge the work that Scott does do. And Scott, I know that if we took time to all voice our praise to you, it would take a while. So I hope you don't mind us going to the next agenda item, maybe at some point in the meeting if we want to reach out. But thank you for doing such a great job in giving our ABC district such great PR. Okay, next item is approval of the minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of June 16th, 2020?
Ms. Sophia, so move.
Second, Mendoza.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. La,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
As amended, yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Aye. Sue,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
aye. My reception is very slow.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the special study session of July 7th, 2020?
So move Mendoza.
Sophie second.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Aye.
Mr. La,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
As amended, yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu, Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the special meeting of July 17th, 2020?
So move Mendoza.
Need a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. La,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
As amended, yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
What a
Motion
thumb tap.
I'm sorry, was that Mrs. Yu?
No.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Now we will hear the superintendent's report. Dr. Su?
Thank you very much, President Rios. As many of you are aware, on July 17th, Governor Gavin Newsom announced that as a result of the rising coronavirus infections, that all public and private schools in the California counties who are on the state's monitoring watch list, including Los Angeles County, will be required to close for in-person instruction and meet strict criteria in order to reopen. The current infection rate for Los Angeles County is 355.3 cases per 100,000 residents. That's our current rate. In order to get off of the state monitoring watch list, a county has to be under 100 new cases per 100,000 residents for the prior 14 days. We feel it could be a while before our schools can return to any kind of in-person education. We acted quickly as a board on July 17th to unanimously approve of opening the school year with our virtual academy. We will be discussing the resolution for our virtual academy tonight and inform our communities what it will look like for the beginning of this new school year. This will be a very important overview provided by Dr. Valencia Mayfield of what our virtual academy will look like. Please stay tuned to participate for this presentation. We want to thank all of our students, our teachers, our support staff, family members, and of course, our district leaders for understanding that our first priority will always be their safety and their health. While we hope at some point to have our students attend schools alongside their classmates and teachers, we feel now is not the right time. Last month, the board may have also received public concerns and complaints from students and community members, and it's critical to follow our own board policy, especially Board Policy 1312, regarding how to deal with these concerns and complaints. In order to ensure swift action, these procedures should be followed. First, the teacher, if the teacher is involved, and/or administrative designee, followed by the principal, an assistant superintendent, or a director or designee in the district office, the superintendent, and finally, the Board of Education. The staff at each level shall respond to the concern and attempt to resolve it as quickly as possible. Failure to receive a response in a timely manner, not to exceed 2 weeks, will be reason to go to the next level. At the district level, our assistant superintendents and directors are responsible for following up on public concerns, suggestions, as well as complaints. If approached directly with a complaint, I would highly recommend that board members should listen to the complaint and show their concern by referring the complainant or the complaint to the superintendent's office or designee so that the problem may receive proper consideration. There have been times when the Board of Education has to hear the complainant as well. Please continue to follow our board policy regarding how to handle public concerns and complaints. And that concludes my report, President Rios.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from our very own Ray Gare, ABCFT President.
Thank you, Dr. Good evening, President Dr. Rios, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Sue, Administrative Cabinet, teachers, nurses, parents, students, and of course, community members. My name is Ray Gare, and I'm the President of the ABC Federation of Teachers. Please excuse my green shirt. I usually wear blue, but I've been in meetings all day, and I didn't realize I'm still wearing my Gumby shirt, so I'm not sporting colors here. So first of all, I'd like all the ABCFT to us this evening for the board meeting. I look forward to speaking to you on Thursday during our weekly chat. We have a week chat every, at least 1 to 2 hours every week to make sure that all members are aware of what's going on, and if they have questions, feedback to work with the district. So I look forward to talking to you all very soon on Thursday. Which is a memorandum of understanding. This is the agreement between the bargaining units and the district, and we've been working on this not for a week, but we've been working on it since March. And I have to say that we had along the way, and that's made us pretty successful. So I'm really happy to that the board today in closed session heard about the MOU that we've been working on for probably the last 5 months. Today is an important day for the ABC community. It's a chance for board members to hear the input of the community and the parents of the students that we serve. And although we're not able to hear from the community members directly, or the parents or the students in person, their written comments are valuable in guiding the ABC school board to make decisions. And it was, I heard today from Dr. Sue that, that there is protocol on how to do it, but that's so that the most important information is given to the people that can make those decisions. So I think school board meetings are just vitally important for all stakeholders. During the May, June, and July, the ABC Federation teachers also listened to the feedback of the community. And during negotiations for the opening of the school this month, we pressed the district to support the needs of our students and our parents. One example is the board's desire to eliminate combo classes, which we would buy. And that came from parents, principals. We all agreed that combo classes in this coming school would not be good for students. And so that's a decision. Other teachers are fortunate to have the opportunity to have professional development and how to navigate this new paradigm shift in education. It's a completely different world. Parents and caregivers. I know I cut for a minute. Parents and caregivers are also vital supports for students, and they also need the tools to be successful. And our and their parents. That's something that we heard, and we've been working collaboratively to discuss how that would happen. This is a community decision. We need to.
Ray, you're starting to break up. And I think right now you're actually frozen. Can no longer hear you. Cannot hear you, Ray.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm sharing it with my entire family, so cut out once in a while. Sorry about that. But what I was saying is we need to tackle this as a community. And that means we have to have conversations and ground truth and talk about what's important from each person's point of view, each stakeholder's point of view. It's vitally important that you understand not only what the superintendent has to deal with, what parents have to deal with, what students have to deal with, what our bus drivers have to deal with, what the community at large is thinking about us going back to school and how we'll get to a hybrid model in person. It's a community decision. For this reason, I'm also thankful for the opportunity for teachers to spend 3 additional days prior to returning to school for professional development. ABCFT was aware that teachers needed additional tools and supports. And some of these trainings were previously piloted by determined educators who worked with students over the summer on new models of instructional delivery. And that was crucial. It was crucial for our experience on how we're learning how to be a better educational system. It is their experiences, those students and those teachers during the summer, that will allow us to move forward and kind of have like a virtual backpack of tools, not unlike students. Additionally, the parents and board trustees have asked for more interaction. And we heard the community's desire to have live interaction with students as an additional tool for supporting students both academically, but most importantly, emotionally. Mental health will be a challenge for everyone this next school year. From March through June, we experienced a test run for educators across the country. But what is coming is real. And in the coming weeks, I know that all teachers and nurses will do their darndest to ensure that this year's students feel connected and that their teachers and parents are working together to help them succeed. That is the mindset that we have to have forward this fall. Will it be tough? Heck yeah. Will there be tears? You know it. Will there be frustration? Without a doubt. But will we succeed? Most definitely. Because that's what we do. We all need to see the silver lining, and that is the knowledge that we are rallying together as a community, thinking out of the box with every obstacle and challenge. And as a district, we are leaders in this country because our foundation is on trust. Agreement. Focus on the important structures that will help us adjust and deliver instruction responsibly. Most districts, MOUs, they're under or over 10 pages. Is not on paper in our MOU, we worked out informally because working collaboratively is typically how we do business in DC. I just finished a virtual meeting for the affection teacher. Completed an agreement with distance learning.
I think we lost you again, but now you're back.
Okay. I'm saying,
Come on again.
Lost you again.
ABCFT was one of only, oh my gosh.
I hope our kids have faster internet connections.
So do I. Thing was, okay, I should be back now. So sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. What I was saying was that ABCFT was one of only a handful of locals who had an agreement for long distance learning, or long distance or distance learning. Most of the districts that we heard from were delayed or bogged down in issues that require trust to solve. They'll be using lawyers and wasting precious time when we have to prepare for the school year. ABC's moving forward, and like a finely tuned racehorse, we'll cross the finish line in a winning position. This year is going to take guts, determination, and collaboration. Your teachers know this. Your teachers are heroes, and with your help, we can all be heroes for our ABC students. I'd lastly like to thank the board trustees for their thoughtful communications this summer and their calm determination during negotiations and just discussing what school is going to look like. I only wish all of the ABC community could see what we do as a collective behind the scenes. I appreciate the ability to speak with you, as choppy as it's been, during this time, and I look forward to another successful year in ABC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, you know, you're a testament to exactly what you just talked about, the idea of a community and the fact that here at ABC, we really are a team and we really do put a lot of work into doing the best job we can, each of us. So thank you.
Thank you,
Next,
Dr. Rio.
we will have public comments. Madam Clerk, would you like to read that, please?
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. Persons wishing to address the board should submit their comments during the public comments period, which runs from 8 a.m. on Tuesday, August 4th, 2020, until the public comment section via the following method. Submit comment via form myabcusd.org/public comment. Comments submitted will be presented during the public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Comments submitted regarding a specific agenda item will be presented following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical handicap, or age may not be made. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. I will turn to Scott Smith.
Thank you, Board Clerk Yu. Again, board members, it's good to see you this evening. We had over 50 public comments submitted for tonight's meeting during the public comment period, which, as Board Clerk Yu mentioned, began this morning at 8 a.m. The public comments will be read in the order received and comply with board policy, which you just read. Public comments submitted are being read verbatim, and the views expressed are those of the speakers. We will begin tonight's public comments with those that were noted to be carried over from the July 7, 2020 board meeting. And as always, since we've been during the pandemic, we will post the entire list of public comments on the ABCUSD website. So with that, I will ask Joe to please go ahead and start the recordings. Thank you for letting me speak today to not only voice my opinion, voice of hundreds of students who are at home wishing right now to implement a program like We Rise Above in order to create a better and safe environment in our school districts and change the way we educate students on sexual harassment prevention. As ABC School District has achieved a lot already, we need to continue to strive for change in all areas, but most importantly, the way we educate and prepare students regarding sexual harassment and prevention. As I've emphasized before in January, every 96 seconds, a person is either sexually harassed or abused in a relationship, workforce, college, or more, regardless of gender. However, many students do not know this, as it is not emphasized as much as it should be in schools. Even though I am very aware of the situation that occurs in our world as founder of We Rise Above, I was not fully aware of the many incidents and situations that have been affecting our own students in our own community. These past few weeks have been very eye-opening, as hundreds of students have contacted me to voice their opinions on how to create a much more uplifting and safe environment in our community by trying to implement We Rise Above in their own school in order to educate more students on the very real-life situations that occur more often than you might think. Recently, We Rise Above did an anonymous survey in our community in order to try to understand the true opinions of students on this topic. Out of 350 students who took the survey, over 40% of students said that they did not know or briefly knew what sexual harassment was. 81% of students felt that sexual harassment occurs very often within school communities. 72.8% of students said that they have not received or barely received education on this topic. However, a very interesting fact stood out to me was that over 78% of students felt that the school administration and board members have the power to change how school districts handle these situations. As founder of We Rise Above, WRA wants to be that change with you as well. 276 students say they do not know what resources or support they have offered to them in their own school district. We need to emphasize to students about the resources we have and that they have support in handling these situations, as many of them feel like they are not alone on this topic. And it is not stressed enough in our school communities. As a program organization that is partnered with over 50 licensed organizations who provide resources, support, and help, it would be an honor if We Rise Above, the first sexual harassment educational program, is that resource that will be offered to our students in order to create a safe environment and educate more students around this topic. With already pre-approved and licensed material to teach students, WRA has self-defense workshops, awareness weeks, seminars, support groups, educational videos, brochures, podcasts, interviews, articles, and so much more. We Rise Above is the perfect resource for the ABC Unified School District to ensure that students are learning more about this topic and feel comforted by their own school. We have already educated over 10,000 students in less than 4 to 5 months. And in the survey, over 90% of students felt more safe and educated as We Rise Above was a place of comfort for them and a place where they could learn more useful information about this topic. Something we want to emphasize is the way we educate our students from a young age about what respect is, and it is what plays into how students act in the future. This is why we wear to school such as regular jeans, tight skirts, and off the top shoulder should not be the defining matter between respect and consent. It should also not be the defining matter of getting responses such as boys will be boys or it is too distracting. After we hear the many voices of students this past week, we have heard the comment boys will be boys a lot. What is that supposed to mean? Are we enabling the opinion that the boys will not be accountable to their actions, or that constantly having to adjust ourselves to the feelings of what boys have instead of understanding the situation where girls are coming from? Girls are constantly being harassed in our school area, and many of us do not know this as it is not talked about or emphasized. We need to be educating these students on different types of sexual harassment, abuse, violence, and how to deal with these situations, as it is very hard for them. We need to emphasize education just as much as PE through We Rise Above. This is from Trisha S. Sent by Anonymous. I used to be friends with a couple of boys on the Cerritos varsity baseball team. They would always tell me about a Snapchat group chat called Ronas with Lime. In this group chat, members of the team would have sexual encounters with girls. They would start recording videos of girls and or pictures, then later send the Ronas with Lime group chat. They would also share inappropriate pictures of girls and make comments. The team would later cheer on the guys who sent those pictures, videos. Some of the girls didn't know they were taking videos of them, and some did. This is disgusting and needs to be fixed. The fact that boys are hyping up every guy who sends content to this group is disgusting. Boys, especially the baseball team, are too comfortable. This type of behavior is passed down every year. It all starts with the juniors and, most importantly, the seniors on the varsity baseball team. The freshmen and sophomores on the team learn from the seniors and juniors. They display these inappropriate actions to make the freshmen and sophomores think it is okay to act this way. The environment surrounding the baseball team in general is revolting. One guy on the team, DV, has a past with a now ex-girlfriend where he abused her for wanting to leave the relationship and has done so many sexual encounters without her consent. He is going to out of town to play baseball on a scholarship. A scholarship for someone who is sexual harassment, abused, etc. Really? How can that be? Just because he's good at baseball. At Cerritos High School, the football team made the name Baby Cakes about me regarding my butt. Apparently, it had been going around for around 3 years before I found out this January when my friends would hear them yell out the name when I walk during the rally or during soccer games, and some experienced conversations where guys call me that name casually as Baby Cakes Nicole. The problem was that they treated it as a casual name or joke by sexualizing my looks. I received an apology after they found out I knew from one boy who tried to play off at first, saying the name didn't really mean anything, when obviously it did. The rest apparently didn't feel the need to address it to me, and that name still followed me around as guys would still joke around with me in class with the name. The name was normalized and casual, but despite it making me feel uncomfortable, it didn't feel like as big a deal to bring to the administration at the time, as it wasn't a big assault or abuse, and I had never heard of any action taken regarding something like that. It probably would have just sparked commotion, and I would have been marked as someone who creates problems when I really just wanted to move on from it. However, this type of behavior from boys should not be justified and put to the side because boys will be boys. This was not just one boy who used the name, but it was more than I can count, all not worrying about consequences, about my feelings, or about the behavior they were engaging in. Regular, constant education regarding sexual harassment, assault, and overall seeing women as people and not things for their entertainment and humor is so important. This should not be normalized, a normalized event that is swept under the rug. This should show how common sexual harassment is in everyday life. They knew what they were doing for 3 years, and to know that guys were looking at me in that way for so long sickens me. Anonymous. The whole Cerritos High School baseball team has collections on top of collections of girls and their inappropriate and explicit pictures. They have been collecting them for years, and they will show anyone with no hesitation. Just a simple ask and they will show you. Anonymous. Bring justice for all the sexual assault victims within your schools. Not only victims from now on, but for the past victims as well. Teach boys that there will be consequences if they are sexually harass a woman. There are few ways to handle the situation when it occurs and how to handle past perpetrators. 1, removal from sports and extracurriculars. 2, notify the colleges to which they apply of the incident. 3, call local authorities. 4, expulsion from the school district. Notice that I did not put suspension in this because suspension is merely a vacation to the teenage boy. Most girls are told that there is no evidence, so nothing can be done, but there is no reason why these girls should have to keep from seeing their assaulter harasser at school. Regardless of the amount of evidence there is, the allegation should be taken very seriously. This can't go on anymore, so please help your students. Series Rotundo. I'm a Cerritos 2019 high school alumni, and after hearing recent testimonies of sexual harassment happening within school grounds at an alarming and extreme rate, I think it's time we all speak up. All throughout high school, explicit photos have always been something shared between boys and their friends. My junior year, a guy I know spoke with his friends and they were all looking at a phone. He came to me and proceeded to say one of the guys had recorded and showed a video of him and his girlfriend having sexual intercourse, filmed from his perspective. We were all only 16 or 17 years old. I don't even think the girl even knew she was being recorded. I also remember comments on a girl's body, such as her breast or butt, always being made. I remember doing a project with my class sophomore year, and my male peer was staring at a girl's butt. He spoke under his breath what he liked and what he'd do to her. I personally experienced nonverbal sexual harassment my first years of high school. A boy stared and followed me constantly throughout my freshman and sophomore year. He was special, and I took that into consideration, but it made me very uncomfortable when he would stare at me from afar and follow me whenever he saw me throughout campus. He had a paraeducator, but they never did anything. I had to wait for him to graduate in order for it to stop. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Many girls and even guys have experienced the same, if not worse. No, these instances I have stated above were never reported, but to us, it was the norm. And something needs to change. And when I did feel uncomfortable, I was scared. I didn't feel empowered nor confident enough to go to the office and know that something would not be done or changed. I also think lots of kids in high school fear to be dragged in by their peers. We must provide a safe place for our children and students, and we must improve our education on this. I remember when I took sex education freshman year, and all I learned about was STDs and nothing else. Nothing about safe sex or birth control options. Nothing about consent, nothing about sexual harassment, sexual assault, or sexual coercion. Nothing about sending nudes or pornography. We need to enhance our sex education. We need consequences for these people, accountability. We need to invest in our students and care for our students. Today, you gather to speak about returning school safely, but how can our students ever truly be safe if these actions continue to be made? How can our schools ever truly be safe if the board continues to brush over sexual harassment and assault cases that have harmed students? Being safe is about the environment we allow our students and our children to go into, and that shouldn't stop at a pandemic. Sanchi Kohli. Several young men and women in the ABC Unified School District have had to deal with sexual assault or abuse from other students in the district. It is absolutely wrong that no action was taken from the schools in our district when people have had the courage to report their cases. The fact that our district cares more about if a student's chewing gum or what they're wearing when a male or female student has been sexually harassed or ABCUSD is absolutely wrong. Which is why I want to put forward that the district put serious reform into their policies on sexual misconduct and how they hold those who have done it accountable. Because there are way too many cases in my school, Cerritos High School alone, which have been dismissed by our administration or they're left off with a warning or no action taken at all. This is why it's apparent we need to change, and that comes from inside our district to prioritize these cases and reform the way they're being handled. Anonymous. Last year, there was an incident at Cerritos High School where minor girls were having their explicit photos being sent around the school. The boys would call these photos Pokemon cards and would trade them as such. Alone, I know of about 15 girls that were having their pictures shared, but I know for a fact that there was way more than that, what I know of. When making a report, I was told there was nothing they could do because they can't legally go check their phones. I have now been told that that is not true and they have the same right as a police officer to check their phones. They can also file a subpoena to check phone records from phone carriers or social media apps in case they have deleted photos. Now we'll be naming the boys that were involved in these acts. James S., Jude A., Andre A., Rohan P., Emilio, Manoj C., Connor D., Hayden J., Bodie, Jacob M., Donovan H., Ivan A. There were also baseball and football group chats last year where boys would share and talk about young girls' nudes. These last names have been abbreviated for privacy concerns in accordance with our legal counsel. Gina Fell. I reported how a girl was getting bullied and no one cared. The counselor told me they had to give the bullies another chance because they were an ASB and that it wouldn't be fair if they just punished them for a one-time thing. The teacher where this bullying occurred also encouraged the bullying. The teacher's name is Mrs. O. She's a Spanish teacher at a high school. I can't tell the whole story because it's getting late for the submission. You guys have done everything wrong. Anonymous. A girl touched me from behind and touched many other girls inappropriately. She flirted with us knowing we were not interested. She knew she made everyone uncomfortable. I tried telling my teacher, but since she was a teacher's favorite, the teacher didn't do anything about it. My friends have all experienced the same, and even the principal didn't believe us. I don't think this is appropriate, and we shouldn't have to go through this with no adults and authority believing us. Anonymous. A boy involved in the sharing of child pornography was Ernie T. from Cerritos High School. I've known him since middle school, and one day he showed me his eyes only on Snapchat. It was 2 videos of a minor that goes to Cerritos High School. These videos were explicit and never sent to him from her directly. I know other boys that have these videos because last year they were sent out from her ex-boyfriend. He is currently involved in band and got to keep living his life while he ruined someone else's. Bring justice to this poor young girl. Anonymous. Hello, I graduated from Cerritos High School this year and experienced sexual harassment many times on school grounds. I would like to keep this simple and short, so starting off in 8th grade, my ex-boyfriend would constantly try to grab my butt during school, which I was not okay with. I would constantly tell him, no, don't do that. It was uncomfortable and I was very embarrassed. Off school grounds, he would also try to get me to show myself through video chat with him, which was not okay either. He would guilt me, make me feel bad about not giving him what he wanted. I felt horrible. I felt like I was such a prude for not going along with what he wanted, so I gave in. That was the worst mistake in my life. I had told him don't make that a screenshot, but he did. Gladly, I found out about it before anything happened. I hopefully deleted everything from his phone. Months later, while we became freshmen in high school, he attempted to touch my private parts during our 6th period, which was spent at Heritage Park. I kept telling him no, but he was forceful, saying it would be okay. Thankfully, before it went any further, the bell rang for 7th period and I had to leave. Weeks later, after his abuse and harassment, I finally had the courage to end things with him completely. However, he would also guilt me, claiming that he would end his life after I left him. I convinced him not to, saying there were more things to live for, but I was still hurt by that. Continuing on, another boy on the school water polo team admitted to me that he looks at my friend and I's butt during practice or when we're walking around. He told me that we have nice butts to look at. I felt so embarrassed that he said that. I felt so uncomfortable knowing that he would be at practice when I was also there looking at my butt every day. What kind of person does that? That wasn't even the only time someone has stared at my butt. One of my good friends admitted to me that his whole friend group full of boys would look at my butt in middle school, talking about how I had a big butt, which later became my nickname for them. They called me Big Butt. What kind of men did their parents raise them to be? I felt so ashamed and embarrassed knowing that they did that to me. To this day, I am still embarrassed of what happened to me, and I wish I had the courage to speak up about this sooner. Something needs to be done at the ABC School District. The schools need to become more aware of the harassment happening right under their noses. There needs to be change. Anonymous. Many boys from all ages from various ABC schools have participated in sending explicit photos of girls without their consent. Throughout my time in an ABC school district high school, I would overhear boys in different sports talk about the team having a virtual album filled with multiple girls' photos and felt absolute no remorse or guilt, but rather felt proud of what they were a part of. This has been going on for years, and yet they have not been held responsible for their actions. Ruben Oliwe. When I was in 7th grade at Haskell Middle School, I used to get harassed by these 2 other kids. They would try to pick a fight with me every day until one day I was forced to because of everybody bullying me and saying that I was weak if I didn't. This fight happened after school, that altercation, when the counselor for 7th grade called me to the office and assumed I had been the one bullying the kid because it was a rumor he had heard. When asking about what happened, he showed me a picture of the other kids. He said, "Why would these kids pick a fight or harass you? Look at them since they were Indian and I was black." Andrew Zaragoza. Respected board members, ABC staff, district community, friends, and family, my name is Andrew Zaragoza, and I come to you humbled and honored and willing to assist some of our students through the power of storytelling for some of our students who may feel excluded, underrepresented, and unheard. Part of my goal is to help on the ground level alongside frontline staff with teaching our young generation of leaders and scholars. I've enjoyed this process, and I feel honored to teach individuals in our prioritized communities on how to be their best selves. I couldn't have done this without experts in my field, my mentors, and my support system. I look towards my family, the ABC School District, which I'm a product of, my Cal State Dominguez Hills education, and my current involvement with Cali 303 Productions for the success that I've had over the last 25 years. I make sure that every day I count my blessings, and I'm eternally grateful for all the resources and all the skills that I've learned up until now. If it weren't for my family, becoming a leader at 25 in community mental health, as a residential counselor, and becoming Director of Education and Training and Interim Director of IT for Cali 303 Productions, I wouldn't have the opportunity to feel confident in speaking to you about what I will do today. As a person of color and a product of immigration in America, lived experience, and mostly closely related to people involved in gangs, I've decided to author a collection of poetry and to view myself as a bridge between worlds in honor of Minority Mental Health Month in our community. My current project with the book includes fundraising for Homeboy Industries, an organization that has been involved in gang prevention, community reentry, and teaching individuals the power to become their best selves. A lot of population in this organization involve people who have felt marginalized, likewise underrepresented and unheard. Most of the population includes Black, Indigenous, and people of color, also known as the BIPOC community, in solidarity of supporting each other's standing in the nation and beyond. Given our current social climate, in addition to a lot of the trauma that our community has faced over the recent years and beyond the history of the nation, I want to express my involvement in the community, and I'd like to extend my support to ABC. Over the past 5 years, I've had the privilege, opportunity, and the blessings to teach students in our community who may have felt unheard and afraid. I can see how powerful that holding space for somebody and allowing them to express themselves can have when it comes to our students, and especially the ones who do not feel this way, to really grow into the young individuals that I hope for them to be. I believe that when we have successful student, we have successful adult. I want to encourage the community to create more safe spaces for dialogue that promotes inclusivity, awareness, and respect for all. I would like to be a participant in this work, contributing keynote speakers such as myself and other professionals in various fields so that we may share our knowledge and give back to our community. Long term, this increases the chances for our students to become more successful in gaining understanding through storytelling by current experts in their respective fields. This will land them further cultural competency as well as becoming wholesome individuals for when they shape the next generation of successful adults and human beings. I could not have done this if I had not become active of the world that I live in and still continue to be teaching others and really maximizing my contributions. It's this philosophy that I still continue today, where I believe that I would like to contribute more within the role of teaching our students through learning poetry, literary skills, and holding space for all these opportunities to benefit them. I welcome everyone to join me in the venture of opening up more spaces by further connecting with me at Andrew@Cali, CALI 303.com, Andrew Joseph Zaragoza@gmail.com, and my district email. A question of implementation during COVID and beyond is what I'd like us to explore together. Thank you, honored board members, community, and the extended audience at large. I yield the rest of my time. Anonymous. I've attended the ABCUSD school district until middle school at Carmenita. My experience was during Carmenita. I was in band and setting up my instrument or just getting ready for band. For a period of time, Zayed H. would come up to me and ask things like, "Can I touch your behind?" I don't remember any other details besides him repeatedly asking me. I was uncomfortable and couldn't say a proper no. Another instance, this was during or after asking me if he could touch me, I was sitting on a bus seat alone while everyone was paired up. I didn't mind until Zayed came and repeatedly asked me to be his Valentine, but he would come too close to me, and once again, I was uncomfortable. I couldn't say no because I didn't want to hurt his feelings or make him feel like he's a bad person. People say I'm too nice. I try to please people no matter how uncomfortable I am. That's why I didn't say a proper no. Dustine Anisaboy. There have been an alarming number of injustices swept under the rug by ABCUSD employees at the expense of students. From personal experience, I know how you all try to keep things quiet. Please refer to Students Article 5, Code BP 5137. The board encourages staff to teach students the meaning of equality, human dignity, and mutual respects. Students shall have the opportunities to voice their concerns about school policies and practices and to share responsibility for solving problems that affect their school. And to Superintendent's Office, core beliefs: every employee has the same job in ABC Unified School District to ensure every day is a positive experience that impacts student achievement. The district has a responsibility to provide quality opportunities for continuous learning, and staff members have an obligation to continue their own growth. It is the duty of the board and superintendent to take accountability for silencing victims within the district. I demand an active effort to instill a safe environment and new policy changes that will ensure justice to reflect the district's support for victims. I suggest thorough sexual harassment training for students and staff and a new program for this issue, specifically with clear courses of action and in-depth walkthrough of each process and possible outcomes. I would like to be contacted directly and updated on the board's response and what they plan to do. Melissa Wang. Thank you for the thought, time, and hard work the school district and board members have put into developing a curriculum school schedule during this unprecedented time. I'm the mother of two sons who are rising first and third graders and a physician in the community. I am in favor of a virtual academy now in the setting of high community spread of COVID, and I'm also in favor of virtual academy option at a later time when the community spread of COVID is low enough to consider a hybrid model. However, I am deeply concerned in regards to the schedule that has been proposed because of the potential time in which students, especially the kindergartners and first to third graders, will be on the computer, in which they will be on screen for learning purposes. This summer, I tried different ways and schedules for my sons to see what combination of live virtual learning on a screen in combination with hands-on projects teaching by myself or a virtual Zoom class would be the best for their learning styles. What I found was that they tended to be able to focus best in live virtual learning in a platform such as Zoom best in the morning hours and for no more than 60 to 120 minutes in 20 to 30 minute blocks. My first grader could pay attention for 20 to 30 minute blocks for at most 60 to 90 minutes total, while my third grader could pay attention for 30-minute blocks for 90 to 120 minutes, depending on his mood. As a result of this, I ask you to consider how much virtual learning elementary students can tolerate due to their developmental stage and learner styles. It is congruent with the mandate for live teaching from the state. Please consider scheduling no more than 60 to 120 minutes of mandatory live virtual learning for the day, whether it's lectures from teachers, morning schedule review, time, attendance, etc., in blocks of 15 to 30 minutes for the lower elementary levels. In addition, based on my observation that my 6 and 8-year-old sons are likely many other lower elementary school students can focus the best learning from a teacher via a platform like Zoom in the morning, please consider limiting the actual live teaching time to something like 9 to 11 in the morning or 8 to 11 in the morning, and then having the rest of live virtual time optional time for the student. This would allow students to participate in the class and with the teacher via the virtual platform if needed, or work with the family member caregiver hands-on at home to complete their work. For example, consider a schedule where a time frame of 9 to 11 or 8 to 11 if you include breaks as a teaching time where attendance is mandatory for taking attendance, schedule review, science, history, math, reading. Following that would be lunch and optional virtual time where a teacher is available to help in completing work, silent reading, physical education, etc. This is a very difficult time for our students and families, and we are trying our best to support our children emotionally, psychologically, physically, and academically with the capacity that we have. I feel having the live teaching time in the morning followed by optional time to stay on the virtual platform if needed for things like PE, silent reading, completing work would also leave room for parents, child caregivers to address the mental and psychosocial health of our children and potentially make room for students who need additional academic help to stay on the virtual platform longer to seek help from the teacher who is available. This would also allow parents, caregivers who are able to do hands-on learning with students if adults are available. Another thought I had would be to consider PE and silent reading as non-live virtual time. My heart goes out to all the families who have to choose between their jobs, financial survival, and having caregiver parent at home with their children. Please consider, with the budget in mind, the option of well-ventilated indoor areas, outdoor areas for students of these families to complete their virtual academy during normal school hours under the COVID safety recommendations of the Public Health Department. Thank you. Mark Bayawa. I am once again alarmed at the growing number of reports of ABCUSD being an unsafe place for students, whether based on racial harassment, misogyny, or sexual harassment. While policies exist regarding complaint procedures, regulation, non-discrimination, harassment, etc., the ABCUSD community in which my nieces and nephews attend, where my families attend, where I attended, must take a hard look at these procedures if they are being executed with fidelity, if they are being taken seriously, if the ABCUSD community feels that they are being supported when cases are brought to the forefront. As was the case for when we supported anti-racism policies, we must also ensure that policies are consistently applied and reviewed to protect ABCUSD students and staff at large. Lorna Goltra. Hi, thank you for taking my time to read my 3 concerns. I'm looking ahead to when we can begin teaching in our classrooms. I have some concerns. First, when we have our cohort A, Monday, Tuesday, and cohort B, Thursday, Friday, how will there ever be a deep cleaning like what will be happening on Wednesdays between Friday afternoon and Monday morning? It is physically impossible for that to happen with a night custodian who barely has time to empty, trash, vacuum only half of our school and clean the bathrooms. This will need to be addressed, please. Second, the teachers who work in the very tiny bungalows can only accommodate 8 students at a time and still follow the safety guidelines. If I start with my normal 27 to 29 first graders, Leo always has huge classrooms, what will happen when we come back in person? I will have between 10 and 12 students who won't have a classroom to go to. I am thinking ahead. We will be back in school at some point. It won't look like it normally has, and planning ahead is how we are successful. Last, will the district be providing all teachers with blue light glasses and cordless earbuds? We really need them. Last spring with no blue light glasses, really hurt my eyes. Thank you, Lorna Goltra, first grade teacher extraordinaire, Leo Elementary. Tito Flores. For a parent or essential workers and work during the school hours, will there be any help as far as daycare available? And if so, will the students be engaged online learning while they are in daycare? Alumni of ABC, ABC teacher and parent. I have tuned into the last several board meetings. I was disappointed to hear you all vote to not listen to any of the public comments. Yes, they are all posted online to read afterwards, but as public officials, I would have appreciated an hour of your time to hear the people, constituents. 2 of you even stated that it would be okay with you to skip the read aloud of public comments because they all say pretty much the same thing. I beg to differ. I went to the public posting of the comments and over the course of the next 3 days read all 68 pages in order to listen and reflect upon every single comment. They do not all say the same thing. Did you or did you read them, all of them? Here are a very brief summary of public comments that I feel must be addressed by the board publicly in order for folks like me to have faith in this organization. As a graduate from ABC, I feel a sense of pride for being from here. And presently, I also feel a sense of shame due to the lack of action from our district when it comes to very important topics such as the sexual harassment and racism happening at our schools. There have been many public comments submitted regarding the racism happening at Whitney High School. What say you? As a former ABC student and current ABC teacher, I know that this is not only happening at Whitney High School. What's the plan? Are you going to get input from teachers, families, and students as to what this should include? One equity training isn't going to cut it. The cancer of judgment, othering, racism has metastasized, and we need a strong, comprehensive treatment if we're going to heal these wounds, grow, and thus better serve the needs of students, each other, and ourselves. Black Lives Matter. Some teachers are racist. We need to address this ASAP. This is not only a problem in the district, but that shouldn't stop us from coming up with the best approaches in ensuring all students feel safe and wanted in our schools. Sexual harassment at Cerritos High School. Many public comments were submitted for the last board meeting regarding this. I believe it. This must be addressed, and I will continue to ask you what of it until there is an answer. Catherine Patel. According to the minutes, the ABCUSD board dismissed hearing the public comments during the 1 hour time period set aside for because, quote, the board doesn't have a choice in the matter and the decision was made by Governor Newsom, end quote. Dismissing the public comment section was not an appropriate action taken by the board. The topic of the special board meeting is listed on the agenda as safely reopening schools for 2020-2021. This was not an action item to debate or an issue to be voted upon by the board. This was a special board meeting to discuss the topic of reopening schools for this academic year, period. Page 1 of the agenda stated that persons wishing to address the board should submit their comments and then specified a narrow time frame of just 24 hours in which to do so. Regardless, over 100 people submitted comments, over 69 pages worth, many from teachers, staff, and students, as well as parents. Page 2 of the agenda states comments submitted will be presented during the public comment section. This is not a conditional statement. This is a directive to the board that persons who submitted comments during the designated time period will have their comments presented during the public comment section as stipulated on the agenda. Make no mistake, I consider this a violation of the Brown Act. I am well aware of the modifications made by the governor to the Bagley-Keene Act and the Brown Act as set forth in Executive Order N-25-20. But in fact, that executive order specifies that regardless of meetings being held via teleconference or by other remote means, quote, members of the public shall have the right to observe and offer public comment at the public meeting, close quote. The ABCUSD Board of Education violated these requirements when they voted not to hear public comments presented during the designated public comment section of the board meeting. It does not matter whether students will attend in person or virtually. Schools will reopen for the 2020-2021 academic school year, which was the topic of the special board meeting. Therefore, all comments submitted by the public to the board regarding the upcoming school year were valid and relevant and should by law have been presented during the board meeting. I again wish to thank Ernie Nishii for expressing his desire to hear the comments during the board meeting. I'd like to point out that many comments were regarding special education services, economically disadvantaged students, and English learners, which pose questions as to how their needs can be met with online learning platform. Worse yet, many of the comments not read aloud for consideration by the board and the listening public were from concerned teachers and school staff who face the daunting task of continuing to educate over 20,000 children in our community. I know they will endeavor to do their very best, whether it's in person or online, but it disturbs me greatly that the board was so callously dismiss the concerns of their own ABCUSD employees. Some thoughts on Social Justice Diversity Task Force presented to ABC Unified School District Board, prepared by Reverend Pamela Elise Davis, August 4th, 2020. 1. Is the district ready to integrate a social justice diversity task force into the school system? 2. Do we want to create systemic change? 3. Students should be the main priority. 4. What does administration look like? What percentage are people of color? 5. What do the students look like? What percentage are people of color? 6. What do parents look like? What percentage are people of color? 7, what does the community look like? What percentage are people of color? 8, is there funding available for projects, programs? Mission statement draft. Celebration of the uniqueness of each individual within an intentionally inclusive and diverse environment. We recognize that our community is enhanced as we seek to appreciate and respect the differences among our students, faculty, staff, parents, families, and community. We are committed to supporting this environment through classroom instruction, professional development, and other curricular and co-curricular programming. We are dedicated to developing cross-cultural empathy and understanding in a community where all students have access to opportunities to thrive academically and socially. I would like to suggest including social justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion as the pillars of the task force. We live in a multicultural, pluralistic global community. Understanding social justice and diversity begins the process of living in harmony with others. Diversity and inclusion have long been recognized as critical in education, realizing the significant role they play in students' lives. I would suggest emphasizing the importance of social justice and diversity to all ABCUSD students, as well as educating faculty, staff, and families on a way to foster an inclusive educational environment in the midst of some of the challenges faced by minorities in our communities. Here are some examples. Number 1, create a social justice diversity office task force. Perhaps bring in a consultant to program support staff to identify and celebrate strengths. This office would seek to engage in open discussion on race, ethnicity, gender, class, religion, ability, citizenship, political ideology, and other identities. 1A, in these times, encourage everyone to make an extra effort to connect with those in our community, our family, friends, loved ones, neighbors, colleagues. Ask how they are doing, listen for and to their concerns. Support each other, show kindness and patience in our daily interactions. Even though we are physically apart, it is more important than ever that we stay closely connected. 2, at the district level, engage courageous conversation about race with teachers, administrators, and staff, understanding their own racial identity and its impact on the decision-making to create an inclusive climate for all students. Perhaps hold workshops called Diversity Wednesday, Lunch and Learns. 3, teach diversity. Embracing the principles of diversity taught in workshops requires everybody to put diversity into practice. That means reworking lesson plans, encouraging new, more diverse student activities, hiring diverse teachers, and much more. Strong communication imparts knowledge which facilitates understanding. Provide mentorship, counseling, and advocacy for all students. Encourage diversity by developing some initiatives. Example, My Brother's Keeper Success Mentors Initiative, an offshoot of the national My Brother's Keeper program that helps young African-American men reach their full potential. Male students would be paired with a mentor during the school year. Mentors serve as motivators, problem solvers, and advocates for their mentees. 5, provide educational forums, discussions for students on topics related to race, ethnicity, invite guest facilitators, presenters. A goal can include connecting students with the necessary support systems to stay on track. 6, use an educational foundation of understanding social issues to implement them into meaningful projects for students. 7, perhaps a humanities class on the high school level where students will learn concepts and vocabulary related to diversity and inclusion. 8, ensure that all students are aware of academic programs and opportunities, ensuring that language translations are available during business hours as needed. Translate commonly used documents. 9, dozens of subtle messages are sent to students not only by what is discussed and taught, but more importantly, by what is not discussed or taught. We cannot embrace diversity by remaining set in our ways and beliefs and thoughts. 10, recruit and hire and retain more diverse staff. We're at 5 minutes and I'll end this. Catherine Patel. As co-chair of the Community Advisory Committee for the ABCUSD SELPA, I am respectfully providing comments on board policies number 0415, equity, and number 6157 under consideration today. I'm quite uncomfortable with the contingencies placed on the district's stated goals of ensuring distance learning opportunities to all students, including economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, homeless and foster youth, and English learners, to wit, quote, the superintendent shall assess students' access to technological devices and the internet and, consistent with the district's budget and technology plan, shall loan devices to students as needed to use at home, and teachers shall implement to the greatest extent practicable the individualized education plan for students with disabilities. Many requirements for providing educational and nutritional services to economically disadvantaged and students with disabilities are federally mandated requirements. To that end, the fulfillment of these obligations is non-negotiable. Ensuring equitable distance learning opportunities for these students must be provided by law, regardless of the district's budget and technology plan. The LCAP timeline has been extended from July 1st to December 15, 2020, but the local control funding formula spending requirements still apply. This means ABCUSD continues to receive supplemental grant funding and is required to spend those funds to support the needs of low-income students, English learners, and foster and homeless youth. Federal and California state laws ensure that students with disabilities receive a free, appropriate public education consistent with their individualized education program. On March 21, 2020, anticipating the closure of schools due to the widespread COVID-19, the Federal Office of Special Education Programs released this guidance. Quote, exceptional circumstances may affect how all educational and related services and supports are provided. The provision of FAPE may include, as appropriate, special education and related services provided through distance instruction provided virtually online or telephonically, close quote. While recognizing that not all IEPs will need to be amended, there are still questions that should be addressed for parents on day one of school, if not before, for all special education students, including how are you going to meet my child's learning goals as identified by their IEPs? How will you measure their progress for reporting purposes? What does FAPE look like under distance learning? What in-school services outlined in my child's IEP will still be provided? In considering board policies 0415 equity and 6157 distance learning, the board must ensure that equitable distance learning opportunities are provided for all students in ABC USD. Anonymous. The district not doing anything causes for more people to think that sexual assault harassment is okay. Once a certain amount of people get away with something, it makes other people think that they can get away with it too. That's a bad example to be showing the kids who haven't even reached middle school yet. Before you say there's nothing you can do about it, you can do something about it. You can hold people accountable for their actions. Most of these boys doing stuff like this are still allowed to be in their sports teams and living their life, but what about the people affected by their actions? I hope that you know that most of the still say that they were not sorry for what they did because they know they won't get in trouble. A concerned parent. I am deeply concerned about the incidents of racism, sexual harassment, and misogyny that has come to light during the pandemic. While everyone is concerned about the overall safety of children, the district's lackadaisical approach to emotional and social safety pales in comparison to how outraged we all are about online distance learning. Without policies in place to protect our children from racial prejudice and sexual harassment, it may be better that they are in the safety of their homes and not thrust out into a school where they are only viewed in esteem based on their academic prowess. When I proudly enrolled my child in ABC, I was confident that he would have the same experience that I did as an ABC alumni. However, when he showed me the social media thread about racism at Whitney, and then a few weeks later, the thread about the rampant sexual harassment of a CHS student, I immediately questioned my intentions. I was also concerned and alarmed when a board member asked whether the sexual harassment comments would be addressed and was told that it would wait until the next board meeting. What message does that send to our students? That someone mistreating them and violating them can wait. It's time for people in positions of power to stop trying to impress their constituents and actually act in the best interest of them. What good is a 4.0 average when the child is going through emotional trauma and duress? Please protect our children. Anonymous. Also, I hope you know that it isn't just students that are involved in sexual misconduct. Some teachers in this district have done very questionable things towards other teachers or to students, yet you chose to turn a blind eye just because they're teachers. When a teacher sexually harasses a student, the most you did was move them to another department or school. Even worse, when a teacher harasses another teacher, you don't even acknowledge it. Stella Lenardi, please read Ceres Rotondo's comment. I yield the rest of my time of my comment to go to Ceres Rotondo's comment. Thank you. Asta Gararagain. Skip me, read Ceres out loud. Center her comment in your discussion. Read and play the comment from Ceres Rotondo. Will be submitted by comment and voicemail. It is imperative, absolutely crucial, that in order to understand the full scope of what is happening in the district and community, the board must play and read the comment from Ceres Rotondo, who has been working tirelessly with the survivors of sexual assault and harassment, the local community, and beyond to bring attention to this issue in the district. We are extremely aware and can see how public comments are sometimes chosen for meeting cohesion. So I want to point out that Ceres Rotondo's comment is a reflection of hundreds of community members. If the board does not allow for the proper space for this comment to be heard at today's meeting, it is inevitable that students and local members alike will be largely disappointed and possibly bitter towards the ABCUSD, causing unwanted retaliation as a result of being silenced again. Please understand the gravity of this and ensure that the public comment from local activist and organizer Ceres Rotondo must be read and placed at the forefront of this conversation. Natalio Caraballo. Skip me and read Ceres Rotondo's comment. From Jaime. How will classes and teachers be determined? Although I do not want to commit to hybrid versus online at this time, I also do not like the idea that for elementary school kids, they will have one teacher, and then when schools reopen, they may have a different teacher. If the original teacher decides to teach hybrid and the student remains online, it will be hard enough for young students to form a bond with their teacher online, only to have a new teacher in a few months. Can parents and teachers state a non-binding preference as to what they think they will do when schools reopen so that classes can be formed accordingly and less change when schools reopen? Understandably, some parents and teachers may change their minds by the time school actually opens. Secondly, will textbooks be handed out before school starts? Physical teaching implements should still be given out even if everything is done virtually. Nothing can replace actual books for some students, and things like math manipulative are still important for younger students. Thank you. From Lourdes. Good evening, board members. First of all, I would like to thank you all for your hard work and diligence in trying to create a workable plan for the next school year. I believe you have been thorough in your presentation of all possible options in such uncertain times. I have a few questions that I hope can be addressed during today's meeting. One, even though all students will begin the school year in the virtual academy, the ultimate goal is and should be to have students return to classroom instruction. This will probably be before any vaccines are available. My question is, for those of us who live in multi-generational homes where more than one individual is in the high-risk category, will we be able to continue the virtual academy for the entire year, assuming schools open before vaccines are available? Number two, if this is not an option and homeschooling would be better fit at this time, will the children have the right to return to school if they currently are attending? It is my understanding that once a child unenrolls, they can be placed at another local school, even if they were attending their neighborhood school. Would independent study be another option? Number three, on a practical note, I hope that as teachers begin to plan their lessons, they will consider making a list of resources beyond notebooks, crayons, etc., that parents can either borrow from the school or purchase. For example, double-sided counters or unfixed cubes for math instruction. This will be crucial for our primary grades and our kinesthetic learners. Thank you for your attention. From a concerned parent, number one, will the start date for students be delayed to allow for proper teacher training? Teachers need enough time to plan and prepare in order to have a successful start to the year. Number two, if school opens back up and I decide to stay with the virtual academy, will my child have to change teachers and schools mid-year? Number 3, what is the plan if a teacher is out sick or has a planned day of absence? Number 4, what accountability is there for parents to ensure their child is showing up to synchronous learning? Anonymous. I am concerned what happens to classes assignments when we return to in-person hybrid instruction. If my child's teacher does not return to school or my child stays in the virtual academy, will they be assigned a new teacher? What about the high school when they have specialized classes? Has the staffing of these classes been thought through for a hybrid plan? Is there a way to have students stay with their teachers all year, even if the teacher returns to the classroom, but the student stays home? Some school districts are live streaming so that in-person instruction resumes. The kids stay at home with the virtual instruction, can learn and not be put into a new class with a different teacher. I'm very concerned about the disruption that will occur if kids' teachers' assignments will change in the hybrid situation. Thank you all for your hard work. The organization of this is extremely challenging. Mel D. Assis. To the ABC school board members, on behalf of my husband and I would like to express our concern on process for reporting bullying harassment policies. We have a daughter that attends Cerritos High School who had experienced sexual harassment, intimidation, and bullying, including cyberbullying. I will leave out specific details in this public forum, but will be laid out on the Uniform Complaint Procedure Form. An incident report was filed in July of this year to the school specifying the details of events, includes other school ground issues. Mr. Walker called me the same day to address the issue, focused on the non-school ground incident, and addressed that he will be looking into the issue and will be calling the students who were involved. I then received a follow-up call from Mr. Walker the following week and stated that the main perpetrator was identified and expressed that there was an apology letter sent to my daughter. I also made him aware that bullying and shaming continued even after the apology, but it was also informed that due to the main incident identified not happening on school grounds, the school is not able to mandate anything other than a behavioral contract. How about the other incidents that happened on school ground, i.e. distribution and cyber shaming? How is the school addressing and ensuring to reduce discrimination, harassment, intimidation, and bullying on students who go through something like this? This decision I received makes me angry and makes me wonder what type of rights and protection of the students they face sexual harassment and bullying. These victimized students have the right to be safe at school, on social media, have the right to be free from bullying and harassment, and in addition, they have the right for the school to protect and keep them safe. These victims are already fearful, ashamed, embarrassed, and very difficult for them to come out and seek support to whoever they trust. As parents, it was difficult for our daughter to come forward, but have shown triggers of problems. We were not able to get it out of her, so at a final point, we had to reach out to a specialist for help. Beginning of July this year, she's decided to come out publicly, and words I received was that she was also at fault. Teenagers go through phases and make the wrong decisions during pressured times, but in my response to that was that bullying and shaming is not anyone's fault. Students have the right to be protected from bullying and harassment, and they have the right to be safe in a welcoming environment. I've also heard other victims who have gone through similar incident, but afraid to come out. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, thank you, Scott, for those comments. I want to reiterate what was read before the public comment section, which is that concerns presented to the board will be followed up by and addressed by the appropriate staff person. Dr. Sue, we've been in this, before, if you include closed session, it's been about 2 hours. I'd like to request a 5-minute break. Do we need a motion for that, or can we just take a 5-minute break?
We can just take a 5-minute break.
Okay, we'll see you back in 5 minutes, everyone. Okay, can we all come back into open session, please? Ernie, are you with us?
He'll be right back. He'll be right back, Dr. Olga.
Okay, we'll give him a minute. There we are. Okay, I think we're all back. Okay, at this time, may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved, to Sophia.
Second, Mendoza.
Okay, is there anyone that wishes to remove any item to be considered separately?
Yes, I'd like to pull, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ernie.
I'm sorry, Madam President, I'd like to pull item 3.1, 3.2, and 3.9.
Is that for separate consideration or on today's agenda?
Just for separate, quick discussion, short.
Anybody else?
Yes, Madam President, I have a question for consent item 3.6C.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. So at this point, I guess let's start with the clarification.
Yes, so on 3.1C, I'd like the staff to describe what ableism and intersectional social justice is for the public.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Rios, members of the board, Dr. Sue, and our community. The After School Girl specializes in project-based learning activities for students that include a focus on, I'm sorry, you want 3.1C for, oh, Jonathan Moon. We have two of the items for 3.1C.
Just related to the definition of ableism and intersectional social justice for the public to understand what we are paying for.
Okay. So let me put a little context to it. Jonathan Mooney is a renowned writer and speaker, and he dropped out of school and he had suicidal tendency and didn't learn to read until he was 12 years old. And so the focus of his motivational speaking to students is really to help students to understand how the brain is wired and how it functions to support thinking and learning. And that's referred to as neurodiversity, how the brain functions and how it relates to supporting thinking and learning. He also discusses the discrimination and social injustices against people with disability that defines ableism. And he teaches students how to advocate for themselves and how to advocate for others with learning disabilities through a focus on social change and justice.
Okay, any more clarifications before we vote on the consent items, and then we'll go back and discuss those that were pulled?
So ableism is basically the philosophy of?
So it's really to talk about empowering students to understand that there's different ways that students learn, and to really address discrimination against the different learning styles that we may have, and to make sure that we can advocate for social change and social justice as it relates to those discriminations against students who have different learning abilities or different ways in which they learn.
Okay, great. And the second one, I'm going to skip the 3.2, go to 3.9 related to the special education budget and some of the successes that you've had for the visually impaired. If you could describe that for me real quick.
So currently there are about 9 students in ABC who receive visual impaired services. Those services include access to assistive technologies, which may be tablets, enlarged reading materials, as well as orientation and mobility training. The students in our district have graduated on time with their schedule, those who are on diploma track. In June 2019, we had 4 diploma recipients, all went on to a community college. And then in June of 2020, we had 2 diploma recipients. One went to UC Riverside and the other to community college.
So in other words, pretty good results for the amount of money that we're spending here.
These
Thank you.
services, yes. Well, the
That's it. Thank you.
The services.
Thank you, Madam President.
That's it. Okay, Letty, what was the clarification you wanted?
Thank you, Madam President. It's item 3.6C. The STAR assessment. When is the STAR assessment given?
And so our plans this year is to administer the assessment within the first 20 days of school so that we can use that information to identify learning gaps and provide support for students.
And how is it going to be given remotely?
It is given online, and so students will take it online and at the same way they would if we were traditionally in school. But as students are taking the assessment using a feature called Go Guardian, the teachers are able to monitor the students during their assessments. And so they'll complete it and the teacher will receive the data shortly afterwards.
Okay, I just had a question how they're going to do it remotely. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, so let's go ahead and have roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Law,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to timed item to follow consent item, Child Development Task Force recommendations to safely reopen school. Mr. Mayfield.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Dr. Mayfield, I think you're frozen. Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm wanting to share my screen. I'll need access to share the PowerPoint.
Okay, I don't have that access, but my computer is freezing, so you might lose me for a minute.
Maybe Mr. Machado can help that.
Mr. Machado, if you will proceed with sharing, please. Mr. Machado, would you bring up the Child Development Task Force presentation, please? I'm going to assume that he's working on it as well.
Yeah. We all have a copy, so I think
challenging
you can
year.
begin.
Thank you very much.
I got it.
So I would like to begin the presentation this evening by adding a little bit of a context to it. On July 17th, 2020, we held a special board study session in which we focused on safely reopening schools. During that board study session, we focused primarily on the safe reopening and the recommendations for students who were in grade TK through 12th grade. At that time, I mentioned that we also had another task team for child development, that team would be presenting to its families. The team felt strongly that in addition to its families hearing the presentation, that our board and general public needed to hear it as well. And so tonight we are going to share those recommendations that came forth from our Committee for Child Development and Task Force recommendations for safely reopening schools for the 2020-21 school year. Next slide, please. So important to know are a couple of reminders for our public, and that is that tonight's presentation will be posted on our district website on reopening schools. And it's also important to remind our community that ABC resides in Los Angeles County, and therefore we're subject to Los Angeles County public health orders, which may differ from other counties. This information is based on what we currently have, the information we've been currently provided. In this presentation, we'll touch on childcare, and I'll spend more time on childcare during the board resolution item for tonight on online learning. Next slide, please. Again, I want to remind the public that the decisions and the recommendations were based on guidance documents that we have received from the county office as well as state and local officials. But specific to childcare and our early child programs is a document provided by the California Department of Public Health that's titled Protocol for COVID-19 Exposure Management Plan and Early Care Education Sites. And so this document specifically addresses early child care programs, and we were using this guidance document to make our recommendations that you hear this evening. Next slide, please. The task force will report this evening on 4 areas: instructional program model, health and safety, social emotional support systems, and family and community engagement. Similar to the other task force, the support for technology is embedded across all of these areas. And as always, our focus continues to be student-centered. Next slide, please. I would like to acknowledge the Child Development Task Force team that was facilitated by our Child Development Supervisor, Tom Woodward. The committee was made up of teachers as well as site administrators and district administrators. Next slide, please. At this time, I would like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Tom Woodward, Supervisor of Child Development Programs, and also Patty Alcantar, our Extended Day Program Teacher and ABCFT Vice President, Child Development Program, who will present information on the recommendations for our child development programs.
Thank you, Dr. Mayfield. President Dr. Rios, members of the board, Dr. Stu, members of the community. It's my pleasure to present our Child Development Task Force recommendations. We'll start by sharing what our program was like before COVID-19, and Ms. Patty Alcantar, one of our teachers, will start that presentation.
Yes, good evening, Dr. Rios, board members, cabinet members, and community. I will begin by giving you an overview of what our programs consisted, as Mr. Woodward mentioned before COVID. So beginning with the Extended Day Program, also known as EDP for short, is a before and after school program that services students TK through 8th grade throughout 14 elementary schools and 1 middle school. Next, we have Head Start, servicing students 3 to 5 years of age at 7 elementary schools. Also servicing 3 to 5-year-old students is the state preschool program located at Artesia High School Children's Center, Ferguson, and Palms Elementary. Finally, we have Tracy Infant Center servicing our youngest children, 2 to 36 months of age, located at Tracy High School. Next, Mr. Woodward will discuss health and safety protocols.
On the next slide, please. Health and safety is one of our most important concern. And Dr. Mayfield already mentioned the protocol that we'll be using for early care and education sites. So that is covered in the next slide. We are looking at several areas for health and safety. They vary a little bit based on whether it's ages TK through 6 or for preschool, which is age 3 through 5, or infants and toddlers, which are from 2 months to 36 months. The protocols that we were using, Dr. Mayfield mentioned, but they're listed there as well. We will be doing daily health screenings, which include a questionnaire I'll share in a moment, and a temperature check for all of our students. Hand washing is going to be required frequently throughout the day. We already do in preschool, repeated times throughout the day, hand washing, but not only will it be frequent, it'll be also assisted and encouraged to be sufficient. Masks are required for all of our students in grades TK through 6. And when they're on campus, they'll also be required for children over age 2. Our infants in the classrooms will not be wearing masks, as the guidance in the medical professions say that is not recommended. Our physical distance of 6 feet of space will be required in all of our programs, and it's recommended in the preschool and infant centers. While the children will be spaced in their learning spaces 6 feet apart, in the infant center in particular, we're holding hands, we're bottle feeding babies and spoon feeding babies, so we won't be able to maintain the 6 feet, but we will, as much as possible, be able to maintain space there. The meals will be adjusted for the district. We've been working with nutrition services to provide meals, but we won't be scooping individual family-sized meals like we were in preschool. And we will not be sharing school supplies. So all of our children will receive their own school supplies and will not be sharing them with others. If we could go to the next. The questionnaire that I mentioned will require 4 questions. If parents answer yes to any of these questions, or the temperature is over 100.4 degrees, then the children will be sent home with their parents and recommended that they notify their doctor. The questions are, has your child had a fever in the last 24 hours? Does your child have a cough and or shortness of breath? Has your child been in close contact or live with anyone who has been diagnosed with COVID-19 in the last 14 days? And does your child have any other signs of illness, such as cold or flu? So we are checking on the health and safety before our children arrive. Once the temperature is taken, as the families sign in, they'll be recording the temperature of their children as they come into the program. So we'll be monitoring that on a daily basis. On our next slide, we'll start to talk about the instructional models, and we'll jump right into the following slide, and Ms. Patty will present the recommended daily schedule.
Yes, so the Child Development Task Force would like to recommend a virtual instructional model for Head Start, State Preschool, and Tracy Infant Center. Along with this recommendation, we would like to recommend a daily schedule that students will follow at home, just so that we can provide some structure and consistency for our young students. So the schedule recommended goes as follows. By 9 o'clock, we are recommending that students are awake, have eaten breakfast, and have gotten dressed and ready to begin their day. From 9 to 10 a.m., students will engage in physical activity. Physical activities will be provided by the teacher. From 10 to 11 a.m., students in the Head Start and State Preschool program will engage in asynchronous and synchronous learning activities. For the synchronous learning activities, students will engage in live virtual meetings with your teacher, beginning with 15 minutes per day and gradually increasing to 45 minutes a day maximum. Because of the age of our students at Tracy Infant Center and because of screen limits, students who are enrolled at the Tracy Infant Center will only engage in asynchronous activities that will be provided by the classroom teacher. From 11 to 12, students will engage in creative activities such as drawing, building, coloring, music, and playing. With these activities, the district and the teachers will provide class materials and supplies through a grab and go process. From 12 to 12:30, students will be given a lunch break. From 12:30 to 1 o'clock, students will engage in another block of academic time. During this second block of academic time, students will engage in asynchronous activities, again, that are provided by the teacher. From 1 to 2:30, we are recommending some quiet time, hopefully encouraging our students to take a nap. For those who are unable to nap during that time, engaging in quiet activities such as a puzzle or reading will be sufficient. Along with this, families will be contacted by the classroom teacher at least 3 times a week just to provide support, review academic activities with the families, answer any questions they may have, and also gather information for student assessments. Next slide, please. For the extended day program, the task force is recommending an in-person model. The extended day program will provide childcare and supervision at designated sites for students TK through 6th grade. This program is tentatively scheduled to begin on Monday, August 31st, 2020, and is tentatively scheduled to operate Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Students who participate in this live program are required to bring their device and any materials and supplies they may need to engage in their virtual academy. Students will follow the school schedule for start times, end times, breaks, and lunch schedule. Staff and families who participate in this program will follow the health and safety requirements and protocols that Mr. Woodward previously mentioned. Additional information and questions and answers related to childcare will be addressed in tonight's board resolution item for online learning. Thank you.
And then those were our instructional models. We do have 2 more areas that our task force looked at. For socio-emotional support, our children, whether they are in their families, whether aged 2 months or 3 years or 8 years old, will have access during the program to the district's mental health professionals. Our Head Start program has additional resources available for families. We will also continue to work with our family and community engagement. Each of our programs has designated meetings to meet with families, meet with our community, and those programs will continue virtually, but they will continue. Head Start has a monthly policy committee meeting. State Preschool and Tracy Infant Center will do parent cafes and advisory meetings. We will be training our staff and our families on our web-based programs, and we'll also provide support to parents and guardians in social-emotional learning strategies and also understanding the preschool curriculum that is being sent home. So we will be working with our parents as well. So that's our presentation. As Patty mentioned, there'll be more details. Dr. Mayfield will present more details during the action item time.
That concludes our presentation on our recommendations from the Child Development Task Force team. You'll notice that, at the time these recommendations were written, we were in the middle of providing both a hybrid and an online platform. Since then, we are moving forward with the virtual academy for all students, including our Tracy Infant Center, State Preschool, and Head Start program. As Mrs. Alcantara shared, we are recommending in-person childcare, which I'll address more in the upcoming board resolution item. At this time, both Mr. Woodward and Mrs. Alcantara are available for questions.
Tom, I have a question.
Yes.
You mentioned that the parents are taking the temperatures before they come into the classroom. Are we giving them the thermometers? Is those kind, or are they bringing their own operation?
We will have touchless thermometers available so we can see the child's temperature, and it will be recorded on the sign-in sheet.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Madam President? So the little kids, are they going to be given a kid type computer? Because their fingers aren't necessarily easy to press all the buttons. How are we going to be assisting them? Is the parent going to be at home helping them, or how's that going to work?
In most cases, yes, we will require parent support. Some of the families may be provided iPads, which are a little easier for our children to manipulate and use. And then in our infant and toddler program, it will be only parent to teacher interaction. at first, but we will ask in these type of visual situations to be able to see the family or see the children and at least interact a little bit that way. Our hope is that we'll be able to bring those families back to a hybrid model at some time in the not too distant future.
And one more question. The extended daycare that we have is I guess safe. Where are they going to be? I mean, are they going to be in the same places as the classrooms?
So we are working with a variety of principals to have small group classes available. We've been measuring out 6 feet spaces for our children in the classroom. It's making different sizes or different amounts, but we'll have small groups of 12 to 16 children in a classroom and not more than 4 classes on a site. So we won't have too many children on each site. And even those ones will have their own play areas, their own eating areas. Everything will be designated for them. So if someone does become sick, it will only affect those 12 to 16 children and the staff rather than the entire site.
Can I have a question too, Dr. Ogle? This is Sophia.
Dr. Rios is frozen, so she asked me to take over, so go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Letty. Thank you. The 2 questions I have here, you know, I'm pediatric nurse practitioner, so it's related to your sample parent questionnaire. Some of your questions not really very clear, such as the temperature, fever. There's a standardized fever there, so you have to follow that. Either 100.8 or 101 has to be really clear. And then you have to base on what is common symptoms of the COVID-19. You have some cases, maybe in diarrhea, it could be COVID-19. You need to get more detail on the information. And you also need another one. The first one is not exposed to COVID-19. You need a following one is the so-called, if the child exposed to the COVID-19, what are you going to do? You know, you need to have a questionnaire about the parents to ask them, say, has the child had a nose swab, the test for the virus? Those is like, you have to have 2 questionnaire there. One is not exposed and second one is exposed. I will share that the questionnaire with you because we need to focus on that because for safety of other children, not just only the children who's sick, but the children who's not sick. If they're exposed to the children, what are you going to do and how we're going to follow those exposed children? And so we need a little bit more detail on that. And I can share that form with you after our meeting. I'll send it to you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Second thing about our kids, TK kids, it's amazing. I remember when I was a president, me and Dr. Su, we went to see the children how they use the laptop. Boy, I'm telling you, they even faster than me, the 3 years old, the 4 years old kids. But we do need to help the children, especially the equipment, the tools that we use provided to the young kids. I am worried about if they, I know most likely our currently district allow the student can use their own laptop. And I'm hoping we can really strict on that. So we give our laptop because they will control and monitor them. I heard from a lot of parents have issues about that. Teenager, young kids, they use their own, sometimes during the lecture time, what they do is they play their own game and they do other things. There's no control on their own family equipment. So if we provide our equipment to them, because I know definitely our districts monitor those equipment that they're using. So I am hoping district can put some more money and budget on that. So every student will have our own school provided equipment. Thank you, Letty.
I have a question on EDP.
Go ahead, and I'm back. Sorry, my computer seems to be freezing more and more. So go ahead.
Okay, my question is on EDP, Extended Day Program. What are the qualifications for families who want to join this EDP?
So there are actually no qualifications per se that a child has to be a certain age or a certain GPA or anything like that. There is a fee-based program. Because of physical distancing and because of the small number of spaces, I anticipate that we will be full. and not be able to offer additional space. For the free program, at sites that are Title I sites, it'll be offered to families that are already designated as receiving free and reduced lunch.
So the students for the Title I schools, the students who do qualify for the free and reduced lunch, they can participate in this without additional fees.
Correct. If they're free and reduced, there will be no fee.
Okay, so childcare will be provided from the morning, 7:30 until 4 p.m. for these students. And then this question is for Dr. Valencia. Will these students, because our district worked so hard to close the gap, and because of this pandemic, it kind of threw us off, and during this time, would these students be provided any type of academic support or tutoring with the COVID funds that we have?
Thank you for the question, Board Member Yu. I'll speak more specifically to the supports that will be provided in the upcoming PowerPoint, if you're okay with me addressing it at the time. In regards to childcare, the students will actually come to school with their devices and connect virtually to their classroom teacher and engage in learning in that setting. And so in our childcare program, tutoring is not provided. It is just childcare with the intent of having adult supervision for students, for families who need that adult supervisor. Once the school day ends, students who are remaining there may be provided some support, but I don't want to really describe it as tutoring because the intent is really to provide childcare for our families. And again, I'll talk a little bit more about childcare in the upcoming presentation.
Thank you.
Can I have one more question, Dr. Valencia?
Yes, Dr.
This is Sophia. Do you have any rules for doing the virtual education, especially for those young kids, TK to 3rd grade, to send to the parent, let them know how they can help a teacher have students stay online education, what can we help them, how can they help us to maintain the TK student, TK to 3rd grade can stay there and be a good listener and follow the teacher instruction during the online, which is sometimes can't control. So do you have any rules and regulations to have parents to sign and educate them to help us?
Are you referring to in the child care setting?
Yeah.
In a child care setting, prior to students actually enrolling and attending, they will receive specific information regarding classroom expectations, as regarding the supports that will be provided while they're in a child care setting. Parents will also receive information on how the staff will support students to remain engaged, to stay focused on learning. And so that information will be provided to parents prior to the start of the program.
When they on Zoom, we have to make sure that we can see the face or just the picture, the background on the child too.
Yeah, so again, in the upcoming presentation, I'll talk more about the virtual learning platform and the ways parents can support students in those learning environments. So I'm trying to keep the two presentations a little bit separate because the one that's coming in a few is really about the online virtual academy, which will what the questions are being asked.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will go ahead and move on to action items. Thank you so much, all of you, for presenting. Item 1.1-A, may I have a motion to approve revised board policy 0410, non-discrimination in district program and activities?
So movement.
Second?
Second, Sue.
Dr. Zilo.
Good evening, everyone. So you will notice as you look at this board policy, we're revising it and bringing it up to date. The first few pages, the first page, we've lined out the previous language as the language has all been updated. And really the heart of this is adding in a number of key ideas in regard to discrimination that were not in the previous policy from 98 and 2008, to include more areas where we are making specific note of areas that can be considered discrimination, including things such as gender identity, etc. In addition, the ideas presented around how we treat individuals with treating them equitably, and making sure that they're receiving services and they can participate in schools and programs regardless of their background or origin, is the key idea of the change in language. It's bringing it into a modern time. So as you go on to the third page, letter B, this talks about how the policy and the programs are annually reviewed, that we'll be working to remove any derogatory or discriminatory names, images, practices that happen at a school. And these items are reported out each year as we do the Williams quarterly reports. Moving down, it just connects back to the uniform complaint procedures, indicating that if there is some type of concern for discrimination, that would be reported and it would go through the appropriate process, meeting the ed code requirements and the legal requirements. And then the information about this will be in the annual notifications for parents in regard to their ability to have a free public education, regardless of their status of immigration, religion, and any of the protected classes and rights that exist. In addition, the non-discrimination policy and related materials is published in a way that families can understand, and in the primary languages for sites that have 15% or more of the school that speaks that language as their primary language. And then as you move toward the bottom of B, looking at programs and facilities to make sure that we are covering all changes that need to be made from the American with Disabilities Act, implementing any standards or regulations that are needed, and that if we need to make changes, that we will do those for our students with disabilities to be able to access programs and services, activities, facilities in a way that doesn't discriminate against them because of their disability. Finally, moving down page C, we will ensure that we provide appropriate auxiliary aids and services to individuals with disabilities so they can equally access and enjoy the benefits of the services or programs that are being provided in the schools for students. And it lists out some of the potential assistance we would provide, whether it's listening devices, other technologies and things. Then it lists out the connection that it has to the administrative regulation for uniform complaint procedures, and that because this is in regard to non-discrimination about student activities and student programs, that it would connect back to our academic services. And then the next 2 pages are all of the government codes and resources and regulations that support this policy.
Thank you. Any public comments, Madam Clerk?
There is none, Madam President.
Thank you. I'll go down the list. Vice President Mendoza?
Yes, I just had one question. On page 103, Dr. Zito, the first paragraph where it says that after each review as part of the Williams Quarterly Report in January, April, July, and October. What is that going to look like?
So the quarterly report would notify if there were any uniform complaints. And so this would come, if there was a discrimination complaint, it would come in the form of a uniform complaint.
Okay.
And so it would be listed out as there was a complaint and what it was about.
So if we don't see one there, we can assume that there wasn't any complaints for that period.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Board Clerk, you?
I have no question, Madam President.
Dr. Apodaca?
No questions, Madam President.
Board Member Law?
No questions.
Board Member Nishi?
I have a few questions. Quickly, what is genetic information on the first page 102? What does that reference? Like we're gonna take a genetic information from the kids and they can't be discriminated based upon that? I don't understand what it is.
Those, I think that's covering the concept that sometimes we may be having our genetics determine what we look like or our gender, and saying we're not going to discriminate based on that. Something that is part of your genetic makeup.
Oh, okay. That was just one I've never heard of. This was written by CSBA attorneys, right?
Correct. We have pulled this pieces from an update from CSBA, California School Board Association, and
they're attorneys.
Correct.
Okay, because this is really important, the discrimination issues.
Correct.
Page 104, what is reasonable notification? How much is reasonable? This is the page 104, second paragraph, last sentence. Reasonable notification shall be given prior to school-sponsored function, program, or meeting.
I think it depends on what is being requested. If you need translation, probably we need a day or so to be able to get that. If we needed to provide some type of equipment, we may need more time. So we typically will work with families as they are needing some type of assistance. And if they let us know ahead, we typically are able to find it pretty quickly and provide it for whatever the activity is. If it was something more significant for a student to participate in an activity and we weren't able to get it right away, then we would adjust what we could do until we could provide that and work with the family on that.
Okay, so there's not really an outside parameter or inside parameter. We're just gonna let it be open there, which is fine.
The goal is, yeah, the goal is really if they let us know before it's about to happen, we can work to help.
Right, but if they let you know like minutes before, that's not considered reasonable if they need a interpreter.
If we need to bring someone or we need to get a piece of equipment, I might not be able to do it right at that minute.
Okay. And I had a suggestion with one of the items. It says here, the superintendent or designee shall develop a transition plan that sets forth the steps for completing the changes. It's the first paragraph on page 104. I would just like to add the word timely transition plan, which should be really easy.
Okay.
Does anybody have an objection to that? I mean, it's pretty broad. It can be anything.
Absolutely.
Again, Board Member Nishi?
So on page 104, the first paragraph, the sentence that goes, the superintendent or designee shall develop a timely transition plan that sets forth the steps for completing the changes. In other words, a plan after the fact is not going to help.
Okay. Any objections? Dr. Zilo, can you add that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, Board Member Say.
Gina, on the board policy 04110C, on the phone number that we have there, Assistant Superintendent Academic Services, the number we posted at least there is very generic number there. Do we have a like special department, like extension, so for people it's easier when they have an issue instead of putting them on hold and transfer to the different area?
We can look at that. We use the same information that's in the uniform complaint policy. Depending on the topic, it is addressed by different people. So when they call and we know that it's a uniform complaint, once we understand the premise of the complaint, we know the right person to begin to work on that and help that family.
Because I do know sometimes the front desk, we might change the staff. So make sure all our staff being educated, understand which one they're going to transfer to, rather than have parents sometimes get lost.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, may I have a roll call, please?
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Law,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve new board policy 0415 on equity?
So move Mendoza.
Second, Sophia.
Dr. Zito.
So this is a new policy that we are adding. It is our equity board policy. And so I'll walk us through it as it is new. So it extends that the governing board believes that diversity exists among our community, students, parents, and community members, and that's an important part, and that we need to address the needs of those learners who've been marginalized in our communities and in our schools. And so we're recognizing that and the value of diversity and acknowledging that diversity so that we can provide equity in the opportunities for all of our students and then have equity in their outcomes. We are looking to eradicate institutional bias of any kind, including both implicit and explicit bias and prejudice that affects students and their achievement. And we're working to eliminate the disparities in the educational outcomes for our students, particularly from our historically underserved and underrepresented populations. And so we will work proactively to identify both class and cultural biases, as well as any practices, policies, institutional barriers that negatively influence student learning, perpetuate achievement gaps, or impede equal access to opportunities for all of our students. It then goes on to indicate that the board will make decisions that deliberate with deliberate awareness of impediments to learning that are faced by our students of color and or our diverse cultures, linguistic and socioeconomic backgrounds, and to make sure that equity is really intentionally reviewed and is looked at as we make decisions in the district. And so the board will then see if decisions addressed are considering the needs of students from all of these different backgrounds, racially, ethnically, looking at our indigent communities, trying to remedy inequities and really working to address the experiences that many of our communities have experienced historically for generations. And so it's really saying that the board is going to work to make decisions to not rely on biased or stereotypical assumptions about any particular group of students. And so it then moves on to talk about process, and it says the board and the superintendent or designee will develop and implement policies and strategies to promote equity in our programs and activities, such as the following. routinely assessing student needs, looking at data that's disaggregated based on race, ethnicity, socioeconomic, and cultural backgrounds to enable equity-focused policy planning and resource development. Moving on to number 2, considering and looking at our expenditures and how we allocate financial and human resources in a manner that provides all students with equitable access to district programs, support services, opportunities for success, and promotes equity inclusion in the district. The resources include access to high quality administrators, teachers, school personnel, funding, technology, equipment, etc. The third item is enabling and encouraging students to enroll in, participate in, and complete curricular and extracurricular courses, advanced college preparation programs, and other student activities. Number 4, to build a positive school climate which promotes student engagement, safety, and academic and other supports for students. Number 5, adopting curriculum and instructional materials that accurately reflect the diversity among student groups. 6, providing or collaborating with local agencies and community groups to ensure the availability of the necessary support services to meet student needs. Moving on to number 7, promoting the employment and retention of a diverse staff that reflects the student demographics of the community. And number 8, providing district staff with ongoing research-based professional learning and professional development on culturally responsive instructional practices. And number 9, conducting program evaluations that focus on equity and address the academic outcomes and performance of all students on all indicators. And so the last item, it says the board shall regularly monitor the intent and impact of district policies and decisions in order to safeguard against disproportionate or unintentional impact on access to district programs and achievement goals for specific student populations in need of service. And the remaining page and a half are all of the education codes and resources that support this policy.
Thank you. Vice President Mendoza?
Madam President, can you come back to me at the end, please?
Okay. Clerk Yu?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. This seemed like a very important update on the policy for equity. And I think right now, because of the pandemic, it's more important than ever to assure that in all areas that we would be able to support the students in need. Thank you, Dr. Zitler. That's all.
Dr. Apodaca?
No comment or questions. Thank you.
Board Member Law?
No comment.
Board Member Nishi?
Yes. Page 108, disaggregated by race. If you could explain what disaggregated means to the general public.
Absolutely. So that's where we look at our data, and we might say be looking at scores on English language arts, for example, for students. And for a whole school, it may look really great. We're proficient or we're advanced, we're doing well. But when you break it down by ethnic groups, you may see that there are groups of students that maybe are smaller in number at a school, but they are not doing well. And so it's looking at the data by student and by student groups, maybe by, you can disaggregate by boys and girls. You can sometimes, then you can disaggregate by ethnic background, whether it's our Asian students, our African-American students, our Hispanic Latino students. So really looking at data for more than the big picture. We may be doing great big picture, but what's happening down low as you drill down and you look at smaller groups of students by their ethnic background or other.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a recommendation for a minor change on page 110 related to accountability The board shall regularly monitor. I'd like to put in something, this puts the onus on the board, by the way, of no less than annually to monitor the intent and impact of the district policies. Again, it puts the onus on the board to make sure that we're actually implementing what we talk about, because sometimes we have an equity discussion and then maybe years later we won't come back to it. I'd like us to come back to it at least on an annual basis. The second thing is more of a comment, and I don't think it belongs in a board policy, but maybe an admin reg or something similar, where in our board reports, if it's important, we report on it. So finances is important, so we report on finances. A lot of things are important. And if we reported on our achievement of this particular goal in that particular board report, just maybe one sentence in our board reports adding on how it achieves the BP 0415C. That might be a useful metric for us to go forward and actually be accountable for achieving this particular specific board policy. I don't know if that part goes into the resolution or if it could, but I think we could put in this part about the no less than annually. So if I could move to have that added in there, that would be my amendment.
Dr. Zillo, would that be a problem?
It shouldn't be a problem to add the no less than annually.
Thank you.
We don't see a problem with adding annually to the board policy.
Board member Say?
Thank you. Hi, President. First, I want to say thank you, Dr. Zillo, and our Legislative Policy Committee. They reflect the current practice and ensure the legal compliance. I want to thank you so much for react so fast. It is needed, and I think all of us as a board, we need to believe the diversity exists. I have a few things to add. On page 108, the last sentence, either last sentence or two sentences about, we mentioned about the culture diversity. We're talking about a socioeconomic background. What about the religions? Does that belong to?
Can you be more specific, board member Say?
I would like to add after socioeconomic background, then I also like to add the religion.
Where?
On the last one, the last sentence, number one says routinely assessing. Can you hear me?
What page are you looking at?
The last paragraph, routinely assessing student needs based on data disaggregated by race, ethnic, socioeconomic. I like to add in religions.
We cannot ask students what the religion preferences are.
No, I said just in case if they express it, if they express what they believe and their things can be happen.
So in this case, in this case, non-discrimination complaint is where we would say that we're not going to discriminate based on your religion.
Mm-hmm.
We do not collect any type of data on our students that would indicate their religion or their religious preference. And so we wouldn't have a way to do that. Okay. We wouldn't have a way to disaggregate based on that. And so that would fall more under the previous policy where we're not going to discriminate because of their religion or, an expression of that sort.
Page 11, 110. You said providing the district staff with ongoing research base. How are you providing those district staff those information to them, bring them to update?
So that is something that through the leadership of Dr. Mayfield, we have begun and have been working on for the last few years. And so we do that through researching providers that specialize in working with groups and helping them to see bias. And so we've done that with a number of our school sites. We've done that with many of our classified employees through our PAL2 initiative with CSEA. We've been able to work through some initial exercises, trainings, workshops on seeing your implicit bias, understanding it. Very similar to what we did with the board in a special study session not too long ago. And so we would continue to do things like that, where part of their professional learning would include these types of sessions and workshops to consider their own bias and to think about how that impacts them as they interact with one another, with families, with students, and ways to really work differently at times, especially as you work with students from different backgrounds, families that may be experiencing trauma, things like that.
My last question, push back again, I really support ethnic study. That I was told eventually this is required for a high school graduate. Are we going back again to, because I know our teacher high schools right now, we have ethnic studies. What about other school, other high school? Are we also going to promote it, that program to all in the future?
So this is a Dr. Mayfield question, but I know that's something that's being explored and worked on.
I'd like to address that question.
Please.
We are currently in partnership with Cerritos Community College looking to offer actually a series of courses that fall into the area of social justice that will address equity, cultural proficiency, and biases. That course offering will be available at all of our schools. Critical to the course offering is making sure we have the appropriate staff as well as the appropriate instructional materials. And so it's something we want to enter into with a lot of thought and consideration of our students and their needs and the concerns that we're hearing from our community. And so, yes, we are addressing it. And yes, we hope to have those courses offered this school year.
Thank you.
Madam President, may I suggest something to assist board members say's concerns regarding religion? I'm thinking on page 108, we could, because we cannot ask the students what their religion is, but we could have the board, this is 1, 2, third paragraph down, first sentence. The board shall make decisions with deliberate awareness of impediments to learning faced by students of color and or diverse cultural, linguistic. We could put in religious or socioeconomic backgrounds. So for example, some religions not being the majority religion will be, we should consider that.
Right, but we cannot collect that data. So you can't.
No, we're not collecting the data.
Accountable for something we can't collect data on. So I would say that, that's in our discrimination policy, but here on this issue of equity, unless it's data we can collect, we can't be held accountable for it. But
well,
I don't know.
It just says that we'll make decisions with awareness.
But you would have to collect data. We would have to know what religions we are.
I think there are times when you just say you can collect in the data information, you just walk ahead of the potential issue may come out. So you adding that words also is to protect the students and our school district. That's how I see. There are things you can't collect in the data. There are things you can.
We would have to say that people who believe in different religions are not being treated fairly, or somehow, their achievement data is affected by their religion. And I don't know that that would be true for us.
I like to hear from the staff too.
I do think I understand what Mr. Nishii is saying. He's making the point that the board should be aware that maybe some of our students who are from different minority religious backgrounds may face different experiences in schools because of that. I think the challenge is, as Dr. Rios said, if it's about the board just being aware so that they're making decisions thinking about all student groups, that's different than if we're trying to collect data. We definitely cannot ask children their religious preference or background. And so, depending on the type of, I would probably think we would need to check on that with legal counsel to see if it's something that could be added in the spot that Mr. Nishii is recommending.
And not to be presumptuous, but perhaps some of the groups you're thinking about could fall into a cultural category, which is covered, and we do collect data on. Okay, anybody else have a question before we move on? Chris?
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to say, couldn't we include just as a generic, protected classes are usually very vague, but I would just put in, could we just do creed? It doesn't have to be religion. You have folks that don't belong to any particular religion. They're just they have a set of values and beliefs that they were raised on. You have folks that are follow a certain tradition that's also cultural and somewhat religious. Can we just say creed and leave it at that, and have that be a part of our established values of ensuring equity, is regardless of their ethnicity, regardless of their socioeconomic status, regardless of their creed, what they believe, we don't discriminate. It's equity. Thank you, Madam President.
Thanks. And again, I think Dr. Zillow is going to check on that. So Dr. Zillow, can you check on that particular word?
Absolutely. And if it's something that we can add there that doesn't affect what we're saying about data collection, we can do that. And if there's a concern from legal counsel because we're not able to collect data in that way, we can follow their guidance on that for sure.
Thank you, Dr. Zillow.
Thank you. Some of my comments, I just really want to commend our board and our staff because, we said we were going to make equity a priority. And again, this is us taking action and walking the talk. So thank you to all. I love this policy. I love how detailed it is. My only thing that I think I'm going to mention now, but elaborate on later is, the board and the superintendent or designee. I don't know that we have a designee, and I really applaud Dr. Mayfield for stepping up and being able to answer a lot of these questions, Dr. Zitlow. But I would really like for us to, again, prioritize. They say, you want to know what a district prioritizes, look at where their money is. And so I think an equity officer, and again, I'll speak more about this later, or somebody, an actual designee that would, because I don't want it to fall on the board, right? Because we don't want to micromanage. This is a lot of stuff that needs to happen at the school level. And so I think having an actual person that could be tasked with this would go a long way. But again, I will elaborate on that on a later item. At this time, can I please have a roll call?
You forgot to come back to me, Dr. Rios.
Don't hesitate to remind me. We are at, what is it now, 9:43.
Just really quick to echo all of my colleagues. I just want to remind the community that this is a new board policy that the legislative committee worked on. They worked really hard on this policy. And I just want to focus on 3 items that really stand out to me. 4 is building a positive school climate that promotes student engagement, safety, and academic and other supports for students, which I think our community really wants us to see us do this. Number 5, adopting curriculum and instructional materials that accurately reflect the diversity among student groups. For our students to feel safe, to feel accepted, they need to see themselves in the books that they read. And number 7, promoting the employment and retention of a diverse staff that reflects the student demographics of the community. Our students need to see themselves in the schools that they attend. So I think this is long overdue, and I'm glad that we're adopting it, and I hope that we vote on this unanimously. Thank you, Dr. Rios.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. La,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Of course, yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item, may I have a motion to approve? Well, sorry, let me start again. Item 1.3-A, may I have a motion to approve new board policy 6157, distance learning?
So move, Mendoza.
I need a second.
Second, Ernie.
Thank you, Dr. Zillow.
So this policy really is to deal with the transition we're making to be virtual for a while. And to deal with just some of the features that will come with distance learning from a virtual model perspective. And so I think the first opening paragraph on that, on this is very critical. The committee was very insistent that it be noted that in-person instruction with face-to-face is what we know is good and best for kids. And that this is not something that we do lightly. We're doing for the safety of our students. And so it says that the board recognizes and values in-person instruction for students. However, when necessary, distance learning can be a viable alternative instructional strategy that supports student achievement and goals. And so it just talks about the different ways that we may see this used in terms of distance learning, whether it's credit recovery courses or in this case, because school site is physically closed due to the widespread illness, disaster relief, or other emergency to ensure the health and safety of students and staff. And so the next paragraph talks about how we can offer distance learning through a variety of delivery methods that's appropriate for grade level and subject matter. Giving opportunities that are synchronous will include live interaction with and between teachers and students, supported by the use of instructional materials, and distance learning opportunities that are asynchronous for parts of the day may include things like videos or other audio or written instructions to help students. But it's noting that the primary mode of communication will be online interaction. And it's then talking about the fact that we may also include other materials, print materials, or oral written feedback given by teachers. So this is where students would have textbooks and workbooks and other pieces available to them. Moving to the next paragraph, it talks about how we will review and select courses and setups that basically are taught by district staff that are high academic quality, aligned with district standards and curriculum, and that they're appropriate when they're self-directed or that they're paced and involved in real-time teaching with teachers and students when they're needed to be. Moving down to the next paragraph, it's talking about how in collaboration with teachers, a plan for school-wide or long-term distance learning in the event of school closure would take place, that we would analyze course sequence, prioritize the content standards that need to be completed, recommend grading criteria, and if we need, in these kinds of circumstances, we will need to also include social emotional awareness and schedules and learning experiences really designed to build some continuity and routine and regular connections with our students. Moving to the next page, we would be looking to provide as needed training and ongoing support, whether it's technological, guidance, ways to best implement this distance learning, and also giving opportunities for teachers to communicate and collaborate with each other so they can exchange information, ideas, effective practices. Moving down to the next paragraph, it talks about how we will take steps to ensure that distance learning is available to all students, including those socioeconomically disadvantaged, those with disabilities, homeless, foster youth, English learners. And it talks about teachers being able to use multiple methods to provide this instruction to meet student needs. It also then talks about how online programming, internet content will meet the accessibility standards for students who have disabilities, including compatibility with commonly used assistive technologies, and that the teacher will implement to the greatest extent practicable the individual educational plan for students with disabilities. The next paragraph talks about how we will assess students' access to technology devices and the internet And consistent with the district's budget and technology plan, we will loan devices to students as they're needed to use at their homes or assist families in identifying service providers if that's needed. And that we're expecting students to use this technology responsibly in accordance with the acceptable use policy and agreement that we have. And to the extent possible, we will make technical and academic support available to students. So we'll do all that we can. Teachers will provide regular communication to students and parents about expectations, assignments, available resources to assist students in successful completion of their distance learning work. And the grading of distance learning assignments and assessments of the courses and knowledge will be consistent with district policy on grading for equivalent courses. The last page are the legal references and education codes that pertain to this policy. Did we lose Dr. Rios? I don't see her.
Dr. Rios, you're muted.
Again, fantastic.
Sorry.
Any public, okay, let me take a minute. Okay, any public comments?
There's no public comments, Madam
Before
President.
we move on to discussion, I would like to remind the board that we do have an entire presentation on our online learning program that I'm sure is aligned with this policy. So my recommendation would be that we, wait on the discussion, but, does anybody have something pressing to share now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. On the paragraph where it says teachers shall provide regular communications to students and parents, guardians about expectations, assignments, and available resources to assist the student in successful completion of distance learning coursework.
What page are you on, Sue?
That would be page 114.
Okay.
So this is pretty comprehensive, but is it possible to include something that is a little bit more detailed as to how the teachers will communicate with the students and parents regularly?
So one of the challenges with that may be the different grade levels and types of communication that you would do from Head Start and Tracy Infant Center all the way to our seniors in high school. And so the goal is to acknowledge that teachers will be communicating expectations and information to families. And that is something that happens every year. I've never seen that not happen. And teachers always share best way to communicate with them and reach them and be in touch with them. So I think to have it be more prescriptive may be difficult for some of our families who have communication in different ways. This really allows the teacher to communicate in ways that really kind of maybe meet a parent's need.
Okay, my concern is because it's pandemic, communication with the parents is even more important. And I know that some teachers communicate regularly, but there are some who doesn't, either by email or, for elementary school, phone call. But I think if we can have something more concrete in there where the communications will be done either by email or by a phone call or a letter, hard copy mail, I think that would be very helpful.
We could put in examples of types of communication.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Dr. Rios, can I comment on that?
Sure.
I know, Dr. Zillo, if you put in there, there's so many modes of communication. Like you got Remind, you got Class Dojo, you've got Seesaw. What's the terminology that's going to cover all of that?
I was thinking that I would put them down as examples of ways that could happen.
Okay, but we're gonna allow our teachers to make, because as a teacher, I know that I'm familiar with one platform. I'm not familiar with another one. So I wanna make sure our teachers have, that we trust our teachers enough to pick the platform that they're most comfortable with and they know their parents that's gonna be more comfortable for them. Because what works for me may not work for a 12th grade teacher.
Absolutely.
Yeah, agreed.
Roll call, please.
I have a question, Dr. Oka. This is Sophia. Dr. Zillo, can you look at page 113, the third paragraph, towards the end of the sentence? When you say self-direct, which is as appropriate, courses may be self-direct to allow students to complete. What does that mean, self-direct?
So there are times when a student may have a full course load at school and they are wanting to do something independently. I've seen students do this at the high school level in particular, where they would work an online class to take an AP course, and it may be an AP course that we don't offer. So it's a way for them to continue to expand their learning, maybe in something that we don't have enough students to offer the course.
So it happened before. We're flexible on that.
We have done that before with some of our students. Sometimes they've worked independent study with a teacher. Sometimes they've been able to use an online program where they themselves, like, we don't actually offer the course. It's something unique they're looking to do, and we're working to help the student.
Okay. Another one's page 114. It's 1, 2, 3, the third paragraph too. Is consistent with the district budget and technology plan. I thought on the new budget revision, we're probably going to talk about later, we should not have the issue. We should help all students get the thing they need. Am I correctly? Especially those virtual online education.
Yes, my understanding is
under
that
budget.
My understanding is that we will have technology meeting the needs of any student that needs that. Correct.
And we also have an ebook for them too, is it? For the student ebook online.
I don't know. Different grade levels have different books that are electronic.
I just want to say accessible. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Ogo. Dr. Rios.
Hey, can I please have a roll call?
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Law,
Aye.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item 2.3-A, may I have a motion to approve the provisional internship permit for Susan Clark for the 2020-2021 school year?
So move, Sophie.
Second, Mendoza.
Public comments? Discussion? Roll call.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Law,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item 2.4-A, may I have a motion to approve memorandum of agreement between the ABC Federation of Teachers, Local 2317, California Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO, and the Board of Education regarding the retirement incentive for the 2020-2021 school year.
So move, Mendoza.
Nobody wants a second today. I need seconds. Thank you. Any comments? Public comments?
There is none, Madam President.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
I'm sorry. Point of order. Clerk Hugh, did you say there is one or there are none?
There is none.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Law,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item 2.5-A, may I have a motion to approve the memorandum of agreement between the Board of Education and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFL-CIO Local 2229, Council 36, regarding the retirement incentive for the 2020-2021 school year.
So moved.
Second by Sophia.
Public comments? Discussion? Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Aye.
Mr. Law,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Aye.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item 2.6-A, may I have a motion to approve the memorandum of agreement between the Board of Education and the California School Employees Association and the ABC Chapter 24 regarding the retirement incentive for the 2020-2021 school year?
So moved, Mendoza.
Second by Sophia.
Public comments?
There is none, Madam President.
Discussion?
Yes, just really, I want to explain to the public that the purpose of offering this is to actually reduce our costs. That's it. Basically, people who are on the high end will retire potentially, and then the people younger will hopefully be less expensive. That's one of the purposes of doing this, just for the public's purpose. That's it.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
I'm ready.
Dr. Apodaca,
Aye.
Mr. Law,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Aye.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item 2.7-A, may I have a motion to approve the memorandum of agreement between the ABC Federation of Teachers, Local 2317, California Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO, and the Board of Education for health and welfare benefits for the 2020-2021 school year.
So moved, Mendoza.
Second.
Second.
Public
Third.
comment?
There is none, Madam President.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Do we supposed to have a little explanation to the public on this one too?
That's the point of discussion.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Law,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item 2.8-A, may I have a motion to approve the memorandum of agreement between the American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees, AFL-CIO, Local 2229, Council 36, and the Board of Education for health and welfare benefits for the 2020-2021 school year?
So moved, Mendoza.
Second.
Thank you, Maynard. Public comments?
There is none.
Okay, and discussion, this is the same as the other item. This just means that our employees will continue to receive benefits. As far as we know, there were no changes, correct? Lilo?
Yes, the changes this year are very minimal. I believe a little over a 1% increase. Mr. Wen would know the exact percentage. It's slipping my mind right now. But the previous year we had I believe, a little over 12% increase. So we were in a good spot this year, and it is continuing the health benefits for our employees for the next school year.
Thank you.
Increase is 1.24%.
1.24.
And just,
discussion?
Madam President, just to also clarify, this was already budgeted for in our previous budget, and this is also to comply with the contracts that we have already approved. That's all this is. It's a cost that we have to pay.
and it guarantees benefits to our employees.
Yes.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. La,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item 2.9-A, may I have a motion to approve the memorandum of agreement between the California School Employees Association and its ABC Chapter 24 and the Board of Education for Health and Welfare Benefits for the 2020-2021 school year.
So move Mendoza.
Second, Sue.
Public comments?
Well, there is none, Madam President.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. La,
Aye.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item 2.10-A, may I have a motion to approve the agreement with non-represented employee groups for health and welfare benefits for the 2020-2021 school year?
So move Mendoza.
Second, Sophia.
Second, Sue.
Public comments?
There is no public comment.
Discussion? I would just like to point out that we have to vote on each of these groups separately. We have a variety of groups represented in our districts, and so that's why we have to have different items. But again, it's just guaranteeing health and welfare benefits.
Madam President,
Oh, go ahead.
discussion. Just if staff could clarify for the public what non-represented employee groups are. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Absolutely. So our non-represented employee groups would be all of our principals, our assistant principals, our counselors, our administrators, our mental health professionals. It would be all of our classified managers, as well as our confidential employees who work in our different divisions.
Dr. Zillow. Dr. Zillow. Apparently, I just compared all of them. One group was they get estimate increase 1.42 versus the other three group only get 1.24 increase.
No, the increase is the same for all of them. Is there a typo?
If you look at page 124,
It is.
there's estimate 1.42% increase versus the last one, all three is 1.24.
I
So there
believe,
must be typo.
yeah, I believe it's a typo, and I will check on that, but I believe it's 1.24%, as
Okay,
Mr. Wen
so,
said.
yeah, can you just double check page 124?
Absolutely.
Thank
I'll
you.
have that corrected.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Aye.
Mr. La,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes, with the correction on to 1.24.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Before we continue with our action items, it is now 10:08. You can probably assume that even with Dr. Mayfield's brief presentation, we are going to go over our 10:30 timeline. So can I have a motion to extend the meeting by 1 hour?
So move.
11. So moved.
Second?
Second Mendoza.
Okay.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
A very hesitant yes.
Mr. La,
Even more hesitant, yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
I had a 2-cup coffee, so I'm ready. Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, before we return to this next section, do we need another 5-minute break?
That would be helpful.
Okay,
Thank you. Second by Sophia.
Consensus for sure.
And please remember that just because we said 11:30 doesn't mean we can't challenge ourselves to be done at 11.
I agree with you.
Wholeheartedly
Okay,
concur.
be back in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. President.
Okay, let's start to come back, everyone. Okay, Ernie, are you back? Sue? There we go. Sophia?
I'm here, President.
Perfect. Okay. So item 3.14 dash A. Okay, may I have a motion to adopt? Wait. Sorry, wrong one. We already adopted that one. No, we didn't. Okay, is that where I am? 3.
Yes, you're correct.
A. Okay, may I have a motion to adopt resolution 20-12 online learning for the 2020-2021 school year?
So
Please
move.
ask for the correction to reflect the resolution as resolution 20-12.
So moved by Sophia.
Second Mendoza.
Dr. Mayfield.
Thank you. I will attempt to share the presentation.
You were going to say you will attempt to be brief.
If you would like, I will also attempt to be brief.
I think we need to own up to public that public understand they've been waiting out there. I was told many people's out there.
Absolutely. We'll make sure we address all the questions that have been asked. Okay, I believe, Joey, you have to stop sharing the screen so that I can share. Okay.
Is this an online learning for 2020 to 21 school year resolution? Is that the one, Dr. Mayfield?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay, unfortunately, it's not working this evening. I'm sorry, Joey, I'll need you to share again. Thank you so much. Good evening once again. I'll be addressing the resolution for online learning for the 2021 school year. Next slide, please. I'd like to start with a reminder of the timeline as it pertains to safely reopening school. And I want to remind us that we have 13 business days before the first day for our students on August the 24th. And I do want to note that our 7th graders will actually start school on August the 21st. And so we have less than 13 days, business days for our 7th graders. But I'd like to take us back to July 7th, in which we had a board study session on safely reopening schools. And at that board study session, we presented 2 recommendations, one for a hybrid model and one for a virtual academy. On July 8th, we began to actually move forward with implementing both of those models. On July 13th, our Governor Newsom announced that due to a series of increase in COVID-19 cases, that there will be new closures. That same meeting was followed by a presentation from the Los Angeles County Director of Public Health, in which we received the public health orders that detailed out what was required in order for us to take in-person instruction in the fall. On July 17th, things changed very quickly for us as the governor announced that school districts that resided in counties that were on the watch list would not be able to open in person and instead would be required to start the school year with distance learning. Our board voted unanimously also on July 17th to move forward with this recommendation to provide online or distance learning instruction, which brings us to this evening in which I'll be presenting a resolution for online learning. So I want to address the fact that we are using multiple phrases to refer to the same thing. You've heard the term online learning, you've heard the term distance learning, and then tonight you're going to hear the term ABC Virtual Academy. They're all one and the same. And as we move forward after this evening, to avoid confusion, in the future, when we talk about our program, we'll refer to it as the ABC Virtual Academy. Next slide, please. It's important to remind the public of Senate Bill 98. And I'm using distance learning here because that is a term that is used in the Senate bill. This was signed into law by Governor Newsom on June 29th. And in this, it emphasized some strong components regarding teacher-student engagement. And it's really important that I review these because we've heard some public comments. And we, once again, are required to adhere to the law, which may differ a little bit from what our public may be asking us to do. We are required to ensure that students have access to internet and devices. Students must have access to grade level standards that are provided at a level of quality that's equivalent to in-person instruction. We must also offer academic and other supports designated to address the needs of students who are performing below grade level or the needs of support in other areas. Special education related services and any other services required by a student's individualized education plan. We're required to offer that. We're also required to provide designated and integrated instruction for English language development. We are also required to provide live instruction by certificated employees in which peers are interacting with the teacher on a regular basis, as well as document daily attendance. Next slide, please. So I want to remind us of the definition we're using to describe ABC Virtual Academy, which will be offered online with synchronous and asynchronous learning. Students who attend our ABC Virtual Academy while at home will have a similar experience to a regular school day in the sense that there will be scheduled times for specific subject areas or class periods, as we refer to it at the secondary level. Synchronous instruction will be provided virtually on Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. On Wednesdays, most students will engage in asynchronous learning. I would like to define some of the terms so we can make sure that we have an understanding of what our virtual academy will include. Synchronous learning means that students are at home learning virtually, but they are required to attend class virtually at a designated time period. Asynchronous means that while at home, students are working independently on assignments. Now, the independent or asynchronous learning for the most part will take place on Wednesdays. It is during those Wednesday periods of time in which students will engage in review and practice assignments related to previous learning. Teachers may provide workbook pages or projects or pre-recorded lessons. So there's a variety of platforms that a teacher can use on the asynchronous days to support student, as well as literature, virtual band, and virtual field trips. Most of our students will work independently on these assignments on Wednesdays. But as previously stated in SB 98, we are required to provide support for specific students who need additional help, those students who are below grade level or in need of additional help. And so we will also on Wednesdays assign, not all students, but some students will be assigned to the Wednesday Learning Lab, in which they'll have access to staff who will provide support for them on those assignments. And so they'll be working on the same assignment that all students were provided. It's just that these are students who may need additional support. And so they will come into the Learning Lab virtually and receive help with those assignments. Priority will be given to students who are English learners, students experiencing homelessness, students who receive foster care, students from families with low income, and students who receive special education services. Next slide, please. Our students will have access to their school materials. And so materials, when we talk about that, we want to extend it beyond just devices. Students will have access to their textbooks, their hard copy of their textbooks, as well as their workbooks. They'll have supplies and learning packets, especially at the elementary level. And so those learning packets and those supplies may include a zip bag or a little bag that has markers, coloring pencils, crayons, construction paper, math manipulatives. It may have a variety of items that are grade level appropriate and related to the subjects that the teacher will be teaching. It may even have some sample or some science supplies for students. And so those little supply kits will go home with students along with their textbooks and workbooks and their devices to make sure that students can engage in learning from a lot of variety of different platforms. I want to also make sure that we acknowledge that our students with exceptional needs will also have access to resources that they need to participate in learning at home. Some of our students have additional supports like adaptive technology, assistive technology for some of our students who need that as a tool to access their instructional materials like their e-textbooks. Schools will be making arrangement for students to check in and check out their school materials. And so our families should pay close attention to the communications that will be coming home from their children's schools regarding dates for them to come in to pick up these materials. Next slide, please. Over the course of this time period in which we've been exploring both hybrid and virtual academy models, we've received questions from our families, and included in those questions was to help families understand what their role is in the virtual academy. So it seemed appropriate to address that this evening. Next slide, please. In addressing the expectations or the role of our families, it's important that we make some acknowledgments to our community. First of all, we want to acknowledge that we recognize that some of our family members have different living spaces in their homes. So some families may live in a 2-bedroom home versus a 5-bedroom home. And so we recognize that there's different amount of living spaces. And so that may affect the learning conditions that we can provide for students in the at-home learning setting. We also recognize that the number of children who are learning virtually may also vary from home to home, and the level of support that a parent or family member can provide for those students may vary from home to home. We recognize that there are concerns related to COVID-19, and even with those concerns being very valid, that there is still a preference for students to attend school every day. We also recognize that ABC families desire to see their child succeed academically as well as social emotionally. And we want to acknowledge that our parents and guardians play a very important role in the virtual academy. But I want to emphasize that the role of parents in the virtual academy is also similar to the role that parents and guardians play in a traditional platform. And so not all of this is new levels of support from our families. These supports are very similar to the supports that parents were previously providing in a traditional school setting. Next slide, please. And so we know that our parents set expectations for their children, and here we ask that parents continue to do so with realistic goals for each grade period. And we encourage our parents to acknowledge their children's progress and to provide them feedback over the course of the time that they're learning virtually, to create these learning environments. And I want to emphasize one of the things that is probably really important is to really remove distractions, which would include cell phones, games, toys, television, pets, etc., to remove those distractions from the designated learning space and to create a space where students can just focus on being a student. Students are encouraged to wear headsets or earbuds, and if necessary, we can provide those for our families who need them. As always, we encourage parents to monitor their child's academic progress by checking their grades as they're posted, checking that assignments are complete and turned in on time, reviewing quiz and tests with their students, and if there are any academic concerns, to contact their teacher. We also encourage our parents to provide support and motivation by encouraging their children to engage in learning, by modeling positive attitude towards schools. And so how we as parents talk about the virtual learning experience in front of our students is going to influence how our students feel about this learning setting. By expressing interest in what your child learns, adds value to the lessons and to the assignments. And again, we're asking our parents to pay close attention to changes in their child's behavior, be it mood changes, a sense of sadness, or developing a resistance to online class sessions. If any of that is noticed, please contact your school immediately. All of our schools have mental health professionals who are available to provide resources and supports for students who may need these additional supports. So again, as I shared earlier, this is the expectations for our families, even in a very traditional setting. Setting a proper learning environment will be consistent in a regular setting when it comes time for homework. And so I don't want to have our families to think that there is a significant change in what role they may play in supporting their children in this context. Some of these things are familiar and consistent with past practices. Next slide, please. Now, where we will probably see most of the change is really in the role of our students, because these are some things that we noticed in our summer program that we are wanting to address in this platform as we move forward. Students should really make a point to have a meal before class start, and they should dress appropriately for class. So students should not come to class in their pajamas. They should not come to school in virtual school in clothing that are not consistent with our dress policies at our various schools. And so even though we're learning virtually, all of our dress code practices are still in place. And it's really important that students show up to class ready to learn, which means they've had a meal and they're dressed appropriately. They have their materials already there. So I would encourage that their workstation is set up every evening before going to bed, and that they have not only their device, but they also have their books, their notebooks, their headphones, pens, pencils, and whatever else they may need to stay engaged in class and not have to step away to go get those materials. I would like to encourage parents to get a timer to help students to log into class on time, because in a few minutes when you see the schedule, you'll notice that there'll be some screen break time. And it's really important that students come back to class on schedule. And a little timer at their work space will remind them to log back into school. Again, our students should avoid distractions. And I'm going to emphasize, unless the cell phone is being used for an instructional purpose, and there are some teachers who may choose to use a cell phone for an instructional purpose, we really want to encourage those to be put aside, as well as their games, toys, televisions, and pets. Students should really take their breaks at lunch as scheduled. I'll talk a little bit more about our meal program later in the presentation, but we really want on the schedule where it says take a break, they should get away from their computers and take a break. When it's lunchtime, they should step away from their computer and take a break and have some lunch. And that's a good time to go play with a toy or a game or pet your animals. At the end of the school day, they should reset their workspace to make sure that they're ready for the next school day. Please, we encourage our students to set academic goals for themselves, to engage in the learning, as well as to complete and submit their assignments, study for their tests, ask questions, and monitor their grade posting. So we're asking students to be academic students, the same expectations we would have for them in a regular school setting. We also ask students to kind of self-monitor themselves. And if they're noticing that they feel sad or feeling not wanting to engage in the online platform, they too can initiate and advocate for themselves or ask their family member to advocate on their behalf, to contact the school and to seek the resources that we have available. Again, I want to emphasize that we do have mental health professionals at all of our schools who are there to support our students. And our mental health professionals have also put together toolkits that they'll be sharing with our families with a lot of resources on how to look for signs of their child needing support and how they may respond if they notice any of those signs. Next slide, please. A variety of parent workshops are already available at our website, and these workshops are free. They're little video vignettes. They're available in English and in Spanish. We'll be updating these workshops throughout the school year. And so if parents have time over the course of the next 13 business days, I would encourage them to go in and start watching some of these videos on how to support their child in a virtual learning platform. So these are readily available. We'll be updating them as well as providing links to our resources for social emotional supports. And so this will be an ongoing resource that we would like to encourage our parents and guardians to engage in using on a regular basis. Next slide, please. So we're going to begin to look at some schedules that we are proposing for our students. And I want to say that, as you heard earlier from President of ABCFT, Ray Guerra, that now we have agreements in place, and so we're excited to be able to execute these plans as we'll be highlighting them this evening. Next slide, please. So our traditional kindergarten program will follow very similar to what we have here in front of us, with students beginning their day with attendance, followed by English language arts and integrated English language development. I want to talk a little bit about what parents can expect in that 40-minute block, because it's not 40 minutes of a teacher talking at students. That's not what they'll see. They'll see what it would look like in a classroom setting. It could be a teacher reading a big book to students. It could be a teacher asking students questions about a story that they've read, asking students to connect that story to other experiences they've had. It could be students completing a project and the teacher is just there to oversee them while they're working on that project in the virtual platform. And so students will be engaged in receiving both direct instruction. There'll be opportunities for the teacher to check for students' understanding. And so students may be called on by name to check for their understanding. Students may be asked to show their whiteboard and to show their answer that they have on their whiteboard. Imagine in kindergarten, students practicing writing their letter A on their device and then showing their device or showing how they wrote their letter A and having their teacher give them feedback. And so the lessons will be engaging and very interactive with our students. Following language arts, we're recommending PE, and PE will be asynchronous, meaning that the teacher will not be visibly online during that block of time. The teacher will provide students a lesson that they should actually do and complete, and they can complete that with their family member during that 20-minute PE block. So it could be stand and stretch, it could be run in place, so it could be a variety, it could be a dance movement, so it could be a variety of PE lessons that will be provided for families. And then students will come back into the live classroom for math. And again, they'll have their little kits at home. It may involve students using their math manipulatives that the teacher has provided them. It could involve the teacher using her whiteboard to show students how to work a problem. One of the things that's popular in kindergarten is counting up to 100. So it could be the teacher counting buttons or pins up to 100. So those things that are familiar to an in-person lesson will also be embedded in our lessons that are provided in our subject areas. After math, students will take a lunch break. After lunch, they'll return for science or history, social science. So you'll notice that there's a lot of intentionality on our part to ensure that there are breaks in the day in which students are stepping away from the screen. We recognize that we don't want students to be on their screens for an extensive period of time without some type of break. So following science history, there will be a screen break. Now I want to talk a little bit about the colors that you see displayed here, because the highlighted areas in yellow is to indicate that all students will be engaged in live instruction during those periods of time. As we move into the afternoon portion of the day, we begin to differentiate our instruction based on specific student needs. So for following our screen break from 11:55 to 12:25, that could be our designated English language development time period for only those students who are English learners. So if the student is not an English learner, they will be engaged in asynchronous activities. It could be a time period in which students are pulled into a small group for social emotional support. If they don't need social emotional support or they're not involved in that group, those students will also have asynchronous assignments. Following that block of time, we also have a center time. And center time could be a time period, again, where there's a small group of instruction for those students who need extra support. So it could be only 4 children who need extra support, and only those 4 students will come into that center time for that extra support. But center time can also be a variety of things. The teacher could engage just all her whole class in an art lesson. They could engage their entire class in a virtual field trip or in music, or those things could also be done asynchronous. And so I want us to think about this in more of a broad, flexible, not a prescriptive day, as in this is what it will look like every day, but just to give you a conceptual idea of what it could look like. I want to share that during the first 20 days in our elementary school programs, parents and family members should not expect the routine that we're seeing here so much, because our first 20 days will really focus on community building and engagement. And during those 20 days, our teachers will really focus on building community with their students, building relationships with their students. They'll talk about social emotional learning. They'll have activities for students to engage in during that time period. They will talk to students about how learning takes place in the virtual classroom. They'll work with them on the regular classroom routines. Like every morning when we start our class, we'll start with the flag salute. Then we'll talk about calendar time. Then we'll talk about the weather. And so it will be really orientating students to the virtual world of learning. They'll talk to students about different apps on their devices that they will use to engage in virtually, how to raise their hand, how to respond to questions. Also, time where we will be reviewing standards that were taught the previous school year, because we recognize that we went to school closure. And so we want to acknowledge that we want to spend a little bit of time reviewing previous year work before introducing new concepts. This is also our time period in those 20 days in which we will look to provide our language arts and our math assessments, so we can identify which groups of students need to come into center time for intervention support. And so a variety of things will happen during those first 20 days of community building and engagement. After those 20 days is when we will begin more the traditional language arts, math, science, social studies. Also for our TK Kinder, starting on around August the 21st, students will actually have 20 days of a minimum day schedule. And the purpose of that minimum day schedule is so that teachers can do their one-on-one assessments with their children. And so that's, again, consistent with what we would do in a normal traditional classroom setting. And so the teacher would meet with the students and do a side-by-side assessment. In this case, it will be done virtually. On those minimum days, school will end at about 12:30. And so all students will be released at that point, and only those students who have an appointment will come in for those assessments. And so we really have this window of about 40 days in TK to Kinder, in which we're really orientating students to the virtual world, as well as starting our one-on-one assessments for students. Next slide, please. That same concept, so I won't be redundant, plays out for 1st through 6th grade. The difference I want to point to is that their instructional blocks are longer because, of course, they have more content that we are required to cover. But the same 20 days of community building and engagement will also be incorporated for our students who are in 1st through 6th grade. And so you see the schedule here. It's very similar to the TK through 12th through kindergarten schedule. Again, noticing that Most students' days will end at 12:25. That's where all students in live instruction, their day could end depending on if they will be called in for one of the small group sessions as identified here. Next slide, please. So when we put it all together, this gives you a visual of a Monday through Friday week for our students. And as I shared earlier, Wednesdays are asynchronous day for learning. So on Wednesday, the majority of our students will be working independently on review and practice of information that has already been taught. Wednesday, asynchronous could be also time for virtual field trips and band and art projects and silent sustained reading, as well as social emotional activities, or actually meeting with a mental health provider for social emotional support. Some students will be assigned on Wednesday to the Wednesday Learning Lab. And those again are students who will be identified, who we realize that they're not capable to just work independently on those assignments and may need some additional support. So in those Wednesday Learning Labs, there may be some reteaching of the lesson before they actually go through the assignments to make sure that they're able to complete them independently. Students may be assigned to the Wednesday Learning Lab for just a period of time, meaning that it could be 6 weeks or up to 8 weeks. And then students may exit out and the next group of students may come in who need support. And so the teachers will look at their assessment data and progress data to determine which students need support. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to transition to our secondary schools, grades 7 through 12. And next slide, please. On here, I want to really acknowledge the hard work of our partnership in that our teachers at the secondary level will be teaching a 6-period day. And as a result, our students will be able to engage in up to 8 periods if needed. So all students will have at least 6 periods. Some students will have 7 periods, and some students will have 8 periods. So what determines those factors? So there's a variety of things that could happen. One reason for an 8-period block is to allow us to reduce class sizes for a large group of students. Keep in mind, we are anticipating that when it's safe, we're going to return back to our hybrid model. And as you're all aware, when we return back to our hybrid model, we have to reduce our class sizes to about 14 to 16 students, depending on the space in the classroom. So as a result, we want to make sure that our virtual classroom positions us to make a smooth transition to our hybrid model. And so we know that virtually we can make some class sizes a little bit smaller. That could be, for example, our PE class. We can virtually have smaller PE class. We could virtually have smaller band classes. We may also reduce class size for challenging subjects. So if we know that historically students have found difficulty in some of our math courses, well, now we can have smaller math classes, smaller science classes, even smaller AP classes. We can also use the 8-period block as a way to build in credit recovery. So if a student has previously failed a class, one of their classes could be at Mentum online during the school day to make up a course that they failed. We can also add support periods for our English learners, as well as support periods for our students with individualized education plans. We can also address small group instruction for students who need social emotional support in a small group setting. And so the beauty of an 8-period block is that it really allows us to address the individual needs of our students in the context of their school day. And that's really important because not only is it a requirement of SB 98 that we have to provide supports for students, but it's also our opportunity to address any learning gap, as well as to make sure that our students are making appropriate progress in the virtual platform. Students will attend a block schedule on an odd even day. And so on Monday and Thursday are their odds periods, 1, 3, 5, and 7. And on Tuesday and Friday is their even periods, 2, 4, 6, and 8. At the end of the school day, there's a support block. And the support block is open to all students. The teachers will be virtually available for students to come in for quick questions. Notice it's only 30 minutes. So this is a place to come in and say, I'm stuck on problem number 12. Can I get help? They can go in and get quick support that will be open to all students. Similar to the elementary model, Wednesday is asynchronous, where students will have activities and assignments that was related to previous learning. And some students, again, will be assigned to the Wednesday Learning Lab. These are students who need additional support. They could be our English learners, students with a disability, could be just some of our students who need support because they're struggling in a subject area. And the same concept, students may be assigned for 6 to 8 weeks, and then another group may rotate in for support. And so that's going to vary from school to school, but those supports will be there. We want to encourage students to take their lunch, to take their breaks. Again, you'll see some intentional screen time break for our students, because even at the secondary level, we recognize that students need to have a break and they should go stand up. That's when they can check their cell phones, pet their animals, or do something that they enjoy doing, and have those timers set so that they can come back to class on time. Our students are used to moving to bells that ring on campus. Maybe we can provide those bells virtually for students, but setting a timer will help them to come back to class on time. I want
Sorry to interrupt. In the interest of time, can you move forward?
I will.
Thank
I
you.
want to also say that during the first 2 weeks of time, students will also be engaged in the whole community building engagement as well during the first 2 weeks. I do want to talk a little bit about the meal program here. Our approach to the meal program is to have students to be able to pick up their meal, be it breakfast and lunch or just lunch, every day after school. And so the lunch meals will be picked up from 2:30 to 3:30 at every elementary campus. We're asking students to go after school so that during the school day, there's no disruption with students needing to leave their home and go pick up a meal and potentially be late to return back to school. This also allows them to make sure that they have their meal during meal time. And so more information will become available regarding the pickup of meals, but that will take place after school. Okay, next slide. Childcare, next slide. You heard earlier about childcare. We will provide both a fee-based program and a for-free program. We have subsidized the fee-based program so that it's about $600 per month per child, which is approximately $30 a day. I don't think you'll find a program anywhere in which students are provided childcare for 8 hours for $30 a day. There is limited space due to staffing. Students, we're only servicing TK to 6th grade initially, and we'll be following the elementary schedule. The students in these programs will have access to hot meals on campus. And so the students who are in childcare will not pick up their meals after school. We will be following, of course, all the health and safety requirements. And it's really important that we set a clear expectation of what the learning experience will look like for students in childcare. And that's why I've selected this picture. And so imagine students physically distanced, each sitting at a table with their own set of school supplies, books, and materials. They'll bring their devices in. They will be in their seats learning virtually with their classroom. They will follow the school schedule. So at PE time, they'll do their PE activity, they'll take breaks and they'll take lunch breaks. And they will be working with their virtual classroom during that time period. And so I want to be clear on what that time period looks like for our students.
Dr. Mayfield, will they increase the amount of capacity we have for the fee-based program? Because I can totally see that this is going to be way over, there's going to be a lot more people that are going to want to use it for sure. Are we going to increase that?
So
Point of order, could board members await the acknowledgement of the chair before engaging in the questions? Thank you.
So we are looking, we do have other options to increase. We're going to go slow to go fast because we have to make sure we have all of those protocols in place at every school campus before we can open that campus, even though there's only going to be 4 classrooms. So I believe that ends my presentation. Next slide. We will be posting updates at our district website on safely to reopening schools. Soon to come, though, will be a separate link to our ABC Virtual Academy. And at the ABC Virtual Academy, which will be a new link prominently posted on our front page, is where all of our information moving forward will be posted regarding our reopening school and providing virtual instruction. So that ends my presentation and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Any public comments or clerk?
There is no public comments, Dr. Rios.
Or Vice President Mendoza?
Thank you, Madam President. I did save my questions for this action item because we were asked to do that, so I have a couple of them. The first thing I'd like to do is make a recommendation on the resolution. I know we've been saying online distance learning, but I would like the resolution to match our board policy that we just passed. That's titled distance learning. So if we can change that to distance learning, and it also matches the Senate Bill 98. So if we could do that. A couple of questions I have. Are we going to continue doing dual immersion for Nemis and Ferguson?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. I'm gonna go kind of fast through these. Okay. Are teachers going to be able to take materials from their classroom and take them home to have like a mini classroom in their homes?
Yes.
Are we going to be flexible with our teachers who have children in their house and have to do 2 things at one time? They're being the teacher for their students and being the teacher for their own kids. Are we going to be flexible with those teachers?
Teachers will need to come into live instruction according to the schedule and will be provided the supports they need to be successful to meet the needs of their students. I'm not sure what you're defining by flexible beyond that.
Well, I know we have a schedule that's similar to a day. We're not saying it's the same day, we're saying it's similar. So if I'm a parent and I have to be with my child and make sure we have a lot of staff with kids in our district. They're not going to be able to take them to childcare. They have to have them in their home with them. So if I have to rearrange my schedule a little bit just to make sure that I'm doing 2 things at one time, is that acceptable for a teacher to do?
Our teacher priority is going to be first to serve the students in ABC. And we have the schedule there. They'll be following that schedule and there will be flexibility as to when those course blocks are offered, but the time allocated for those blocks should be offered to our students in a live setting as indicated by the schedule.
Okay. Are we going to be giving teachers supplies? I know we kind of said yes, but if a teacher needs a ring, I'm using a ring right now for Zoom. If a teacher needs a ring, if a teacher needs a headset, if they need something to teach at home, can they ask their schools for that?
Yes.
Okay. And one last thing. In the resolution, the very last sentence says, the ABC Virtual Academy will remain an option for students and families for the 2021 school year. Does that mean there's another option for parents besides the Virtual Academy?
We're hoping to move towards a hybrid model. And we realize that even when the hybrid becomes an option, there are some families who will want to continue in the virtual academy, and we will provide that option for them.
So then right now, we're saying right now, the only option for parents is the virtual academy. There's no other option for them.
At this time.
Okay, at this. I know we said the workshops. We have them posted on our website. Can we share those on social media so that our parents have access to them wherever they need to look it up.
Absolutely.
And also the grab and go, can we also put that up for our parents? Because I think parents are going to see lunch and they're going to want to go to the school and pick up a lunch. They're not going to, if we can start publicizing that so our parents can be prepared to do that.
Absolutely.
I think I really like that you have the 20 days of routines for our students and our parents, because I'm going in as a kindergarten teacher and I can tell you I can't start teaching that very first day. I need to make sure I build relationships with my parents. I get in contact with them. So I am in awe of our district that we're doing that. So thank you very much. And also the Wednesday, I love the Wednesday because it gives our teachers flexibility, gives our parents flexibility. And I want to thank everyone for doing this. I know it's very difficult and I know it's scary what we're going to do, but as a teacher and to all my other teachers and all our support staff, we're going to be able to do this. We can get through it. That ends it, Dr. Rios. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Clerk Yu.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Valencia Mayfield, and to Ray Gear and the teacher union and all the district staff and teachers, I am very, very grateful for your thorough work. I am thoroughly impressed with your work of coming back with this distance learning in matter of just a few weeks. I know that when we had the study session, we had hybrid and distance learning ready, but this time, after the Governor Newsom's announcement and order, our distance learning have been more thorough, and this is very helpful. And I'm sure that this will assure many, many parents who have a lot of questions and who are very insecure because of how our spring semester was, as other schools too, everywhere. I have some questions because this is very important to all of us and to the public. I know that the internet, we gave out the hotspots, but for households where the hotspots is not strong enough, is there a possibility where we can negotiate with a local internet service provider to provide at the same price of a hotspot or similar?
So we have been in contact with our local providers. They have different program models that are available to our families, and we've made those we've made our families aware of those models. We are continuing to work towards improving internet connectivity, and so we'll always explore that option. And if something comes of it, we'll notify our families.
Okay, thank you very much. And for this SB 98 is pretty thorough, and I know that our district is really in line with this. And I just want to go down for academic and other supports designed to address the needs of students who are performing low and below grade level. How are we going to support these students?
So that happens in a couple of places. If you recall, in the elementary schedule, that's the lower portion of the day where students can come into center time. At the secondary level, that's where students may be assigned 7 or 8 periods of instruction, as well as the Wednesday asynchronous learning that will target, again, supports for our designated student groups.
At that time, would the students be able to receive some one-on-one instruction?
It's not structured for one-on-one, but it is structured for small groups. And so on our asynchronous days, we're looking at no more than 25 students per block of time for support.
Okay, thank you. And then for live interaction, which is actually very important because, you know, many students are stuck at home just by themselves and just in front of the screen. But having that live interaction, I think, will be very, very important, and yet pretty dangerous too, because we're bringing in the students together, and we know that through the social media, so many dangerous things can happen. So I'm pretty sure you have all the policies and supervision in place, but is this something that's going to be happening, especially for the teenagers in middle school and high school for these students? Although it could be dangerous, I think it's very important and necessary. So would this be happening with all the schools and the classes?
Yes, and so some of the tools that we have available for us is a add-on app called Go Guardian, which allows the teacher to actually monitor what the students are looking at on their screens, on their individual screens. We turned off the chat so that students can't chat with one another. The teacher is asking for information in the chat room. We're showing our teacher other platforms where they can engage students, where students can submit responses individually directly to the teacher, and the teacher can share their information. And so during that first 20 days and those first 2 weeks for secondary, classroom teachers will review their classroom expectations for the virtual classroom. We've also updated our acceptable use documents that families will sign off on regarding our expectation for students' behavior in the virtual platform.
Thank you, thank you. And for the asynchronous learning, on Wednesday, the way you manage the screen time for the elementary and the high school, I think that's really amazing how you did that, because we got to limit the screen time both for the sanity of teachers and the students. But on Wednesday, since it's asynchronous learning, is this where we can continue expanding on the band program and the music program, art? Is this something that can be done?
So our band instructors will be engaged in a professional workday on Wednesday. And so some of our elementary schools are supplementing their programs, like, for example, Meet the Masters and other band opportunities. And so, yes, that will be available on Wednesdays, but it may not be it won't be our band instructors, because they'll be engaged in a Wednesday professional workday with other assigned time blocks. So yes, it will be offered. It could be offered from a different resource though.
And this is a tough one, but for high school students, would it be possible to ask the high school to assign or have one of the counselors or the teachers or staff to help students carry on a club virtually? Of course, and without the teachers' presence, it could be dangerous, but that would really be helpful for the mental health of our high school teenagers, that they could meet and discuss and go on with a club. Is this possible?
Yeah, that's a great idea. And I know already that our high schools are working to put those types of activities in place. And you're absolutely right. It could be something that's supervised by the counselors or the assistant principal on those Wednesdays. And so I know our schools are looking to maintain club activities during our virtual platform.
Yes, and I do have a few more questions, but I'm going to save it until later and give my other board members, fellow board members, to ask questions.
Yes, thank you. And again, keep in mind that, our staff is available. If those are things that are more individual, that you can reach out to them via email. Today, we want to do questions that will apply to the public and answer some questions. But yes, let's prioritize, again, in the interest of time and out of courtesy to everyone. So next we have Dr. Aparaca.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be honest, I'm coming off of a 14-hour workday, and tomorrow doesn't look too much better for me either. So I'm exhausted. But I do have some points I want to make. I don't know if we'll make the 11:30 cutoff. I did want to say that, that's great that we're having the 20-day kind of ramp up. I know Vice President Mendoza had mentioned this, maybe indirectly or directly suggested it, but there's nothing indirect about Mrs. Mendoza. So I'm sure that she had something to do with it. I think that's great, having that 20-day window. I wanted to ask if it's possible, in the interest of the public, to have the workshops list, like a one-pager posted, or something that we can share in PDF form where they can click on those links. And if we could also have it translated into different languages. One of the challenges we're having, at least here in my neighborhood, is you have parents who, English is their second language, if at all. And so they struggle greatly with even something as simple as opening, a YouTube video and actually being able to grasp it, and either turning on subtitles if they're available or not. So if we could do something like that, more resources in different languages, that would be very helpful. And that's all I have for this. Thank you.
Board Member Law? Board Member Nishi? Oh, you're on mute, Maynard.
You saw some questions.
I think Maynard's trying to talk, but you're on mute, Maynard.
Can I talk, or do I have to go to bed?
We can hear you now.
Okay. As you know, many of you know, I have 4 grandchildren. And they're all in elementary school and one's in time in the elementary school than it was last year, as far as I know, as far as I can tell. That was one thing. On the middle school and high school with periods 7 and 8, and you listed a whole bunch of things that they can do. Can they use that to take other electives?
Yes,
Okay.
as well as career technical education courses. So yes, those options will be available for students.
That's all I want to ask.
Thank you. Board Member Nishi.
Okay, so I'm presuming this online academy is at a minimum for this semester for fall, correct?
Until it's safe to reopen school.
Oh, okay. I'm hoping that we can have a mandatory parental orientation. I know we have one for 7th grade, you have one for 9th grade, you have one for probably kinder, but I think all of our parents, if they're just given a website to go to, half of them will go, half of them won't. Everybody needs to sign off saying, I saw this presentation on how we're going to be doing things, because I know a lot of parents are going to be lost. Second thing is, I think you answered the question about CTE, great. Later on, you'll talk about grades, but I think we're going to have a big issue with that, because a lot of this, look at how hard it is to do this. I mean, we're barely talking. I have the best internet and it's saying it's unstable. So I'm very worried about that. I'm wondering how fast those connectors that we are providing to the students are, because I know that mine is fast, but it's still a lot of gaps. Ray Gare was really fast, but we could hear him being choppy, and so I'm hoping that we can speed up or provide the fastest internet that we possibly can afford. I mean, not just the bare minimum, but even better. I know it's expensive, but that's what the federal funds are going to be for. And if we have just a couple $100,000 to buy a better connection, I think we need to do that, because it's a real trouble, I think. Flexibility. I'm hoping that we can be flexible. There, like Maynard said, he has 4 grandkids. Some parents have 3 kids, 3 elementary school kids. And if the parent isn't home monitoring each kid, making sure that they're on the computer, that's going to be challenging. So I'm hoping that there's going to be some sort of ability for flexibility in terms of interruptions that are going to be, by definition, happening at home. Like, I have a beautiful place here, but my wife could walk in at any moment, distract me in the middle of a test. And if you have 4 kids or 3 kids, that's going to be a big problem. So hopefully we can have some flexibility for the teacher to provide some asynchronous, maybe recordation of the class. I know it's tough, but it's going to be really tough for the kids too, because they're going to be in a different environment. So I'm hoping we can increase the technology here. Special ed IEP, how are we going to be handling that? There used to be like aids for each of the kids that had IEPs or special ed. How are we going to be supporting them specifically, other than just sending them to websites, or how are they going to be looking at the screen?
So our students who have an IEP have a wide range of needs. We are required by law to make sure that we're providing the services that we've identified in their IEP. Prior to school starting, all of our students and families who have students with IEPs will receive a prior written notice in which they will be notified that of our plans to support their children in the virtual academy. That conversation will take place at their regular scheduled IEP meetings. And at those meetings, any adjustments that need to be made to their IEP will be made at that time. But our students who have SDC classes will go to their SDC class. Our students who have RSP periods will still go to those periods and still have access to those teachers in small group settings. And so I want to make it clear that we are able to provide support for our students and meet their IEP goals in the virtual platform. And we will be moving forward with those. And if there has to be some changes and modifications, parents will be notified at those regularly scheduled IEP meetings.
Okay. And then I guess I'm also going to request that we increase somehow that that daycare, the paid daycare, because I have a feeling that's going to be in high demand because people are going to need to work and they have no place to put their kids. It's kind of ironic because the daycare is just about as going to be as safe as if we were in a hybrid model, but I think there's a carve out in the law that allows us to do that. So I'm just hoping that we could anticipate that demand will be high for that, I think. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. Notice that we are now at 8:16 and we still have plenty of items. These meetings are starting to run very long. And I think we need to start discussing maybe about having the meeting start earlier or maybe having more meetings because I think it's, we all have jobs in the morning and I don't think it's reasonable to expect our public to tune in for 5 hours. So
point of order, Madam President, if I may.
Okay.
I'd like to.
Well, let me finish up the discussion. I just thought I felt that. So either let me finish up the discussion and then we'll consider extending the meeting. Okay, Say, board member Say.
I agree with you, President. Now I have a couple questions. First, I want to thank you, Dr. Mayfield, and then also want to thank you to the teacher here. It's not easy. It's not easy. There's no perfect plan in here. To the teacher, I have a few things concerned for them. We thought about we have a mental health services to our students. Do we have also provided for our teacher here, our staff? They go through a lot of stresses out there too. I am teacher. After 4 hours, I finished my online teaching. I feel I have a COVID-19, seriously, dry cough, sore throat. I feel that's just how I feel. Do we have that service for our teacher?
Dr. Zietlow has done a great job of continuing to provide information to all of our employees about resources that are available through their health providers that address any social emotional challenges that they may be experiencing.
About board member Mr. Nishi talked about the child care. In our area, we don't have that many child care, home care really. As there was 2 out there, but it's in Carson. So we need to do research on that. Look for the local home health, home care, child care, if we can. But I did my research. It's not in Cerritos or other area. My other question is on your the role of students. I did not see one of the things we mentioned about the webcam. They must have a webcam in their computer system. If they don't have it, and we need to make sure the parent will get it before the school starts, so we can face-to-face to see them. They are in the class.
Our students will have access to a district device, and those district devices come fully equipped with everything students need to engage virtually. So if they don't have it on their personal computer, they can check out a district device.
Another thing, role of the students, do we usually will request them send it, put it in there, so 5 minutes they need to go online, because it sometimes takes a little while to, like Zooming today, sometimes people take longer time. By the time they get to class, they're late already to the class. So we might want to put the rules ahead of the time, so at least 5 to 10 minutes earlier to sign in. Yeah, Another thing we did mention about testing time and the rules for testing and also eating. I'm teaching college students. I told them no more eating during the class. So that should be added into your role of the student. No eating during the class time. And then one couple things there. I know our time is really short. The staffing ratio to student and the ratio, because this is a COVID-19, it really extends the teacher's energy there. And we still follow the state recommendation, the staffing and student ratio, or we have a little lean there?
So in our virtual academy, we will be following contractual numbers for each of our classes. Even when we transition to hybrid, we'll still follow contractual numbers for the maximum number of students that they'll work with, but that number may be reduced on a day-to-day interaction. so that we can maintain our physical distancing. But for our virtual academy, we'll be following contractual numbers.
Okay. One more question. Communication. Do we including in here, because you're talking about parent, guardians, and involvement. I know board member Abadaka may say point of order. Do we have anything per se to communicate with our local city elected official and our PTA together for the future? We work as a team, such as meal. We're talking about serving the meal. And we had a Hawaiian Garden. They very nicely they provide the free meals. How do we connect with our city so without we do the double work and we can save some costs, and we can also provide the best service to the community and our teacher and students too?
We really value our partnerships with our community, and so district and school staff will maintain those partnerships and continue to enrich them even in our virtual platform.
I'm going to stop right here so let the board member come with some other questions. So student ratio is still the same, is that right? Or oh, wow, it's tough for the teacher though, really tough. Okay, thank you, Dr. Mayfield, and President. I'll give you back the floor to you now.
Thank you.
Thank you. And these are unprecedented times, and I understand that it's hard to gauge how much time we're going to need, but I think that it's become obvious that we need a lot more time to be able to get through these meetings, because this is all very valuable information, and I honestly feel bad, having to rush Dr. Mayfield or having to rush the board members, because these are important discussions that we need to have. The only thing that did come up for me is, we talked about multiple people in the home, etc. And I did see headsets somewhere. I would really like our schools to have headsets available to encourage engagement so that kids are not as distracted when they are on online learning. I will say that I'm a little concerned with the the middle school schedule. It seems like a lot of time for me, 8 periods. Yeah, I hope our kids can hang in there. Again, I'm sure that you got a lot of feedback from our principals and stakeholders, and so that we really do feel that this is the best program for them. But I did, I think I added it. It's like 280 minutes a day for, brain research tells us that kids can only attend so much before they need brain breaks. So I hope that our teachers are going to be trained in those kind of things, and to be mindful of the fact that, expecting kids to be staring at a computer for 70 minutes, maybe a lot to ask. And so that there's a variety of strategies used to, I don't imagine them teaching from the beginning to the end. But it did seem a lot, again, having a 12-year-old. We'll see how it goes.
And so again, I want to just share that all students will have 6 periods. Not all students will have 7 or 8 periods. Our instructional day is 250 minutes for our secondary. And again, we've built in those instructional blocks. So of course, our schools will work with our families. And even though we're trying to provide support for specific student groups, if the family indicates that that's overwhelming and too much, then we can eliminate classes for students. And so a 6-period day is traditional. We're just very fortunate in ABC that we can build those supports that would typically take place after school. We can build them within the student's school day. And please note that students are still getting out a lot earlier than it would have in a regular model as well. And so it's less instructional block. I mean, there are instructional blocks, but we did consider the screen time for all ages.
Thank you. And we did ask for that added support. Okay, so now I need some guidance on what we do, because we have a number of items. We can't add an extension, as was just pointed out. And so we have about 5 minutes left of this meeting.
Point of order, if I may, Madam President.
Yes.
I think that what's left on the agenda, one in particular, an information item that I'd submitted, is long overdue for discussion. However, we don't have the time. I would like to make a motion to continue any non-urgent, non-essential items. I don't think, and I'll elaborate on this later, that we can really cram it into that. So I would, anything that needs to be passed right away, for example, the 4.16-A emergency resolution, for COVID-19 related supplies, equipment, I would just say anything that has to be voted on now, let's vote on it. And I would like to motion to continue, you know, at least for my information item, there's just no way we could do it justice in 3 minutes, 4 minutes. So if possible, I'd like to call the question. Well, actually, I'd like to motion, if there's a second, to vote on the remaining action items and to continue the information items to the next scheduled board meeting, which I don't know when the next date is, but I know we have one this month, correct?
No, the next scheduled board meeting would be September
The 8th.
We have two in September.
We have 2 board meetings in September, the 8th and the 22nd.
Dr.
Okay.
Can I ask you one question? According to board policy, I know we only can extend the one. Under certain condition, can we extend it another half hour? Would that be possible? If it by majority super vote?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I'm asking Dr. Su, yeah.
Yes, the answer is yes.
I think all the agenda for tonight, it is very important for discussion. So, and we owe to the parent, they need more, some more clarification regarding online education. And also board member Apodaca say, yes, he wants to present his too today. So I think
we're done with the online education. My question then would be to Tuan, how much time do you need, Tuan?
How much ever time you want to give me, Madam President?
10 minutes?
Yes,
how long
ma'am.
we can extend it, Dr. Su, according to board policy?
It's really
half hour, 1 hour.
I would say a half an hour. I don't want to.
I would say a half hour.
Half hour, okay.
Madam President, the extended budget is a really important issue. Can't we just have another meeting in 4 or 5 days to really go over this issue? I mean, I hate to discuss the $50 million in 30 minutes. That doesn't seem very smart.
I agree.
with that. I agree with that.
Agree.
Is that a motion, Ernie?
Budget in the past, or is there new information that we are being presented with? I mean, we've had discussions about budget for the past 2 meetings.
John, can I ask how urgent is the budget revisions? I know that we heard some of it, but how urgent is it to extend it to a different board meeting?
The law says the budget revision has to be done within 45 days after the state passed the budget.
Okay.
So that's on June 29th when the governor signed the State Budget Act. So 45 days from June 29th give us until April, I want to say 13th.
August.
August 13th, not April.
August
Sorry,
13th.
August 13th. April, no, August 13th. So if you were to push this off, the meeting has to be conducted
Tuesday.
before August 13th, on or before August 13th.
You know, I suggestion here, if we can, as a information item, we really should, due to COVID-19, this is a special, it'll be ongoing there. And I really think we should put back our board meeting to 2 times a month now. That will help a lot. So if we put it back in there, then we have to go to the vote and put an information item to get this passed. Then we can more open to our parents, a better open communication and better communication with our staff too.
So Madam President, may I make a suggestion that we do this emergency resolution for the award of emergency contract for COVID-19 related supplies and equipment. That sounds like it's an emergency, that they need to buy items for our kids. I suggest that we try to vote on that tonight in the next 1 minute, and then we can discuss the budget on or before August 13th and the rest of the items that we have on this agenda. How do you feel about that?
You're muted. Madam President, you're muted.
Are we hearing a lot of new information, Tuan?
This will be a revision to the budget that the board adopted in June. There will be some new information because the State Budget Act this year is different than the governor made revision. That was the board budget adoption was based on the governor made revision. So now this is a revision to what you adopted back in June. So it's up to the board, but we have to do it before August 13th. So we can do it tonight, or we can do it in a meeting at a later time.
Sounds like a later time. It's going to be the consensus. Well, we have a motion on the floor that I don't know that I heard a second to.
What was the motion? Can you repeat, please?
Yes, the motion is to vote on the emergency resolution 20-14 award of emergency contract for COVID-19 related supplies and equipment, and move the rest to a meeting in August.
To be held at some time before August 13th.
Correct.
Okay.
Madam President, I don't.
Second.
I'm sorry.
We haven't voted on the resolution.
That's right. We have to vote on
yeah.
the resolution for the online learning first.
That's right.
I have one more question. I have one more question about online learning. Do we have our teachers' office hour there posted? Dr. Mayfield.
During their orientation, teachers typically talk about their office hours and how parents can communicate with them. And so that's usually part of their syllabus. And so I anticipate that they'll move forward with making sure that that's available to our families.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Law, Mr. Law,
You're muted, Mr. Law.
Yes. I hear snoring.
He's there.
He's there.
Yeah, I know
he's there.
he's there. I heard somebody else snoring.
I see him there.
Nod yes or no, Maynard.
Does you mute it? He probably knows.
Okay, go. Next.
okay. Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Absolutely, yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, so at this point now, do we want to extend the meeting? I need a motion. See, no
So
motion.
moved.
Oh,
Second.
roll call.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
We need to make a motion
Madam
first.
President,
Yes.
we have the motion by Ernie on the floor, right?
Well, we can't continue to talk unless we extend the meeting because it is now 11:33.
Past half hour. So we have to I make a motion to extend our meeting for tonight to 12 o'clock
Yes.
midnight.
Yes, we can do that.
Need a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Dr. Apodaca,
No.
Mr. Law,
Nod or shake your head, Maynard. Yes or no.
okay. Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Just for the sake of getting these items moved and another agenda, yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Collaboration, yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2.
Thank you. Item 3.14A, may I have a motion to, nope, that's the wrong one. May I have a motion, item 3.15-A, may I have a motion to approve request to adopt the textbook titled American Government, Stories of the Nation for AP American Government and Civics Honors Courses.
So moved.
Second.
Public comments,
There is none.
discussion,
Public comment.
roll call.
Good job. Thank you.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Law,
Just nod, Maynard.
Yes.
The yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item 3.16-A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with Collaborative Learning Solutions to provide technical assistance to our improvement efforts to address significant disproportionality for the 2020-2021 school year.
So move, Mendoza.
Second by Sophia.
Public comments, Discussion? Roll call.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. La,
I don't see him.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Item 4.15-A. May I have a motion to conduct a public hearing? Gavel time. And adopt resolution 2013 for temporary cash borrowing between funds for fiscal year 2020-2021.
So moved.
Second, Mendoza.
Mr. Nguyen, make it quick.
Yes, Madam President. So this is something we have done annually already for the last 20 years. However, normally the cap to borrow cash between funds is capped at 75% of the cash available. This year, due to the deferrals of billions of dollars into future years, the state allowed districts to borrow up to 85% of the available cash. But one caveat is that you have to conduct a public hearing. You already approved this in June, up to 75%. Now this action will allow the district to borrow between funds up to 85%. And this is pure borrowing, which means that you have to pay it back within the fiscal year that you borrow, or after the fiscal year after that, if you were to borrow within 120 days at the end of the school year. So this is something the board has approved already. This will allow us to borrow an additional 10% of cash between funds.
Thank you. Any public comments? Discussion?
Yes. So, Madam President. So basically, this item will become moot if the federal government appropriates a lot more money, so that the state doesn't have to send us borrowed money, right?
Yes and no. Yes, if we get the cash in time, the federal government can approve a tons of money, but if it doesn't get to us in time, then we still need this.
Got it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Aye.
Mr. La, Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Item 4.16-A. May I have a motion to adopt emergency resolution 2014 award of emergency contract to purchases of COVID-19 related supplies and equipment.
So moved.
So moved. Second,
Second, Sophie.
Apodaca.
Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you. Normally, items or supplies, when you purchase, be more than $95,200, you have to go to bid, right? You have to go through a bid process if you were to purchase anything more than $95,000. The bid process takes about 6 weeks. And these supplies that we would need for COVID-19 related supplies, should we reopen school, are in high demand. You can see that all districts in the country are going after these same supplies. And not only that the lead time are longer, but the price is also, have been going up. So these are the items such as hand sanitizer, disinfecting wipes, face covering, gloves, sprayer, temperature scanner, plexiglasses are under the COVID-19 related supplies that, with the passing of the emergency resolution, allow the district to not go to bid and deal directly with vendors to get the best price and the items in time for the safely reopening schools when the state allow us to do so.
Okay, any public comments? Discussion?
Madam President. So so it's not that you're not going to go to bid. You're going to still get a few bids. You're just not going to go through the formal RFP 6-week process and everything, right? And eventually we'll get, after the fact, we'll get the contracts to approve, right?
Correct. Through a purchasing process, we can deal directly with the vendors for the lowest price, and we will always get 3 quotes, but we won't have to go through the formal bidding process.
Okay.
I think it's allowed the staff access to negotiate with the vendor.
Yes.
Yes.
Roll call?
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. La, Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Now this next item, do we want to consider it or does someone want a motion to have it moved to a later meeting?
I motion to have it moved to a later meeting.
I'll second that. Ernie.
Okay, so item 4.17-A, budget revision, will be moved to later meeting. Roll call, or actually discussion? Okay, roll call.
So for the next meeting, should we set the date today?
Yes, let's set it.
Yeah,
It
like
has to be
next
before August
Tuesday.
13th, right?
Yeah, so it has to be before August 13th. So we need to have a meeting like August 11th, which is next Tuesday. Make it consistent Tuesday.
Now this would be the only item on the agenda, correct?
Are we moving information items also, or are we going to discuss those tonight?
Well, we'll see.
We can discuss the budget revision and move the other items on the September 8th board meeting.
I
would
can
like
get this done in
to
10
discuss
minutes.
Information item on the Social Justice Committee tonight.
I'm sorry, Tuan, can I ask you, did you just say you could do it in 10 minutes?
Yes, more or less. The action items, so you don't have to have another meeting in August. It's up to the board.
Dr. Su, he can do it in 10 minutes, but if board members have questions, then that's going to take even longer.
There's no way we'll get it done in 10 minutes. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but there's just no way. And I think that the magnitude of the implications, even for, for the budget revisions and the questions we've been receiving from the members of the public, there's just no way that we can push this through before midnight. I think that we should have enough time, ample time, to be able to discuss it in detail and ask questions that we have, but also that are being asked of us from the members of the public. And I do not want to, the item that I submitted, the mandated reporting, given tonight's public comments, there's no way that we're going to squeeze that in tonight. I'm sorry. I either want to continue it to another meeting in August because it's urgent. We've been delaying this since the beginning of July. That conversation needs to be had, especially as we go back to school. I'm uncomfortable with pushing it to September 8th, but I'll leave it up to a majority of the board. I would still like to have a meeting next Tuesday on the 11th where we could discuss all three of these things and then just go from there.
Well, let's go item by item. So let's decide on the budget. So roll call, please.
What's the motion?
To move the item to another meeting.
Oh, okay.
Motioned and seconded to move it to August 11th.
Okay.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. La, Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say, Mrs. Say,
Okay, you're on mute. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Informational items. May I have a motion to move the, well, actually, I want to discuss item 1.41-1 because I do think that one we could do within today's meeting and I don't want to push it up. But I would need a motion in a second.
Do you want a motion to discuss it? Because it's already on our agenda, but do you want a motion to make it an action item for next meeting?
Oh, that's right. I don't need a motion. Okay, forget it. So let's
Can we, Madam President, if we're going to have another meeting next week, why don't we just move all those items to next meeting?
Right.
But I'd like to make a motion to make them action items. Do you want them action items or do you want them information items?
Well, that's why I want to address it as an information item so that we can move it to an action item.
That's
possibly
right.
For next week.
That's correct. That's the correct process, Dr. Rios. In order for us to establish a social justice task force, we need to make sure that people understand what is it going to be comprised of, and the people that will be representative. The board may choose to vote on making it an action item for the following board meeting.
Correct. So yes, so let's go ahead and do it. So let me present it. Informational
Wait.
item. Board advice.
Actually, Madam President, because of the time, it's already 11:45. I think that after we have the meeting on August 11th, we're going to have another meeting soon in September. So I think it would be better to discuss it and for the board members to understand what it is and for the public to understand and for us board members to have a little discussion. I think moving this to next Tuesday would also make sense.
Again, this is an informational item and I think it can be covered within the time frame. So I'm going to present it and then we can choose to make it an action item for the next meeting.
Wait, you want, President, for clarification, so you want to put those information item to the agenda item for the next August, tonight?
August 11th.
We're not discussing it yet. Right now we're on item on
if we don't have any discussion, how do we agree to moving to the agenda the next August 11th?
It's not an action item. You're not going to be voting on anything with this item.
Madam President, why don't we just have a full information item in August and then only 3 weeks later, we actually have an action item. It's not gonna, I think we really should think about the processes that we have here. If you really want an action information item, I have a lot to say about this. I have many different comments from a lot of community members that would like to say something about this. And if we just rush it through, it won't be a real information item. I really think it would be more prudent to have the meeting on August 11th. Everybody will get to hear it because it's not midnight and we won't be accused of hiding things at a midnight hearing, and then have a regular meeting just 3 weeks later. It's not going to be the end of the world if we do it like that. We could do the same thing, have a full discussion of the other information item, and the same thing, we'll have a full action item if necessary in September.
Actually, it's less than 2 weeks. Yeah,
This
less
is
than 2
just
weeks.
the creation of a committee that we've been putting off for 2 months already. But yes, we can continue it to the next meeting. You know, it would have been done in the time you guys took to discuss it. But yes, we can move it and then it'll take another meeting before we can take action on it. It'd be great to have this committee to start the school year, in my opinion. But okay, we'll go ahead and move the informational. Can I have a motion to move the informational items to the following board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
This is both items. We're not going item by item. This is both items.
Well, I guess so. People are
both items.
We're using up the time that we have left to discuss it.
Okay.
So yes, we'll be moving both informational items and well, we already voted on the other one. So roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. La, Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes, as long as it's these 3 items that are moving to the next agenda. Dr. Su, can we make sure that these are the only 3 items that we're going to be discussing at our next meeting? I don't think we should add on to anything. If you feel a need to do that, we need to save that for the next meeting. But we've been putting these items off, these issues, for a long time already. So yes, as long as it's 3 items.
That's all that will be on the agenda, and we'll start at 6 o'clock.
And let's make it clear to the public also that public comments will only be on these 3 items.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Board members' reports. Vice President Mendoza?
Yes, I know we don't get to report on too many events, but I actually did attend an event. We did, Dr. Apodaca and I attended the Sela Census Caravan with 17 Southeast LA cities. I want to thank Artesia Council member Miguel Canales for organizing it. We went, started in Montebello and ended in Hawaiian Gardens. And we want to remind everyone to fill out their census form, because we just heard today that the federal government is trying to end it early. And we really need everyone to fill their form out, because this is funding for our communities. We're going to miss out on a lot of funding if we don't get our residents to fill out that form. Remember that every person in your house gets counted, even babies. And I just want to end my board report. As we begin our new school year, I want to ask everyone for patience. We're going to be working together in a time that we never thought we would be in, learning and teaching in COVID-19. Please remember that our teachers, our parents, our students are going to be doing something extraordinary, that I know they're going to get through this. It's never been done before. And the fact that we as a board are meeting virtually says that our students and our staff are not safe going into the schools, that they need to do this virtually still. Until we can meet it as a board, then their students can't go back either. I want to wish everyone a happy school year. I know we're getting ready already. I know it's not what we expected. We expected to be in the classroom. I want to be in my class with my new kindergartners, but I know it's safer for them to be at home. And I just want to thank everyone for all this work, and I look forward to our next board meeting. That ends my board report, Madam President.
Board Clerk Yu.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, and thank you for staying with us. I know this is a very, very important meeting, important time. I know many of you, many parents are really concerned about how your students will be going back to school virtually and how it would look like. I know that the spring was really just, everything was up in the air. We were all really not ready, but I just want to assure you that tonight, with the presentation from Dr. Valencia Mayfield, I just want to assure you that the district, the staff, and the teachers are really going beyond to make sure that ABC will deliver best quality education within the given circumstances. And should you have any concerns, please feel free to send your reports. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Dr. Apodaca?
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted, again, we had a great time on Saturday. I'd like to thank the Public Safety Department's Parks and Rec, as well as the LA County Sheriff's Department and the local city PDs that went out of their ways to make sure that this was possible on Saturday. We spent over 8 hours driving from city to city to city. I was driving, my car's a convertible, so I'm peeling today. So, and I was in pain most of the day, which our illustrious Vice President didn't seem to mind so much, because she was mocking me the whole time, which was fun. But it was great to create that awareness for the census. It's very important. And so if you haven't already, please make sure that you fill out the census. I will end with the fact that I want those who have reached out to all of us, those members of the public who have reached out to the school board, and submitted comments originally in July 17th, and now today, August the 4th, to now have it pushed to August the 11th. Your board is listening. We see your emails. I for sure can't ignore your text messages or your emails. But the reason why we're moving these things from tonight to next week is because they're important and they matter to us. And you've brought it to our attention, and it's something that we want to address, clarify what our processes are, and move forward together with our stakeholders in a very transparent and well-articulated manner, not in a way that we can do in 10 or 15 minutes or less, but to actually create that space to have that dialogue. As Board Member Nishi said, these are things that are very important and that we've all been called to task for in all parts of our district. So, I just want to make sure that, we understand that it can be frustrating, but we're not ignoring you. We're not trying to kick the can down the road, so to speak. It's just we don't have enough time. And I'd like to think that at our next regular board meeting in September, we can agendize going back to 2 board meetings a month, because I can't be up at 4:30 again tomorrow morning and then have to work another full day and then have this. So, that's all I have, Madam President. Everybody be safe. Thank you.
You're on mute, Dr. Rios, you're on mute.
Okay, Board Member Nishi.
Real quick, I agree with Dr. Apodaca. These are important issues. I don't want to delay, but we don't give it like 5 seconds to go through all this. And also, I agree that we need to go back to 2 meetings. This is an unprecedented time. Way back when we decided to go to 1 meeting, it's just not enough. So yes, I have to wake up in about another 4 hours to go to work. So it's better to be 2 meetings. Thank you. Thank you for being up with us.
Board Member Say?
Thank you, Board Member Nishi, support me for the recommendation on back to two meeting per month. Good evening and good night. I wish all you stay safe and healthy. Enjoy your summer, parents and teacher, with your family. But I also want to encourage you to plan ahead for return back to school and work with us together. And there's no perfect plan. And during this academic issues here right now, I'm not trying to scare to all of us here. Recently, there's one hospital and 1/3 of the employee exposed to COVID-19 was positive results. So we know how serious this COVID-19 can affect to all of us here. Since March until now, I personally, besides listen to our ABC staff report, meeting, and Zoom with our parents, I also attended many conferences related to COVID-19, online hybrid education, recent one, which today I attended from the CSBA, California School Board Association, is regarding about the social distance and the social interactions for especially for the medium and the large school district. And really, there's a lot of questions actually we're all facing to it. So I am open, and I think all my board members here, we really want to do the best we can for all, for teachers, the parents, and the staff, even including our administrator. So we need to work together, collaborate with the community. I want to thank you, Board President. You made such a wise decision, extending additional 30 minutes, plus extending our major other item to postpone to August 11th. And that really shows how we are board work together. I want to thank you, and I will be ending my report. Thank you, and good night to everyone, and be safe.
Thank you. Like it was stated, when we decided to 1 meeting a month, it was made very clear that, our hope was that we were going to be able to do the business of the district within that meeting. It wasn't, we weren't dealing with the pandemic. And I think what we've learned in these past few meetings is that, we probably do need to seriously consider more meetings. And I would like to propose even earlier, since most of us, probably can, I don't know, but maybe starting earlier, an hour earlier at least, would probably be in our best interest and our public's. Our meeting today started off very positive with, our president talking, our teachers union president talking about the collaboration and how, all the good things that come as a result of us working as a team. Then our conversation moved to a not so positive issue with, some of our speakers talking about issues with sexual harassment. And, I'd like to take this time to call on our community and families, especially, to partner with us, because I heard many speakers talk about experiencing situations that they did not feel comfortable sharing. And, it would have been great for them to be able to share with the family, and then the families bring those concerns to light. We will absolutely ask our superintendent. We have, since those first emails started to come in, to look into the situation. And, we will recommend that, we consider improving our current practices so that we address all those concerns we heard tonight. I'd like to, clarify that our role as board members is not to investigate situations. Our role is to set policies and practices in our district that do keep students safe. So again, as Dr. Apodaca mentioned, you were heard, and we will move forward. And then the last thing we discussed was distance learning. And again, I praise our district. Talked about we've made, news nationally, and I read an article in CSBA magazine that praised our district's response. And, thank you to Dr. Mayfield and Dr. Sue, for putting us out there and, making us look great. It's obvious that a lot of thought was put into it, and that we are in the works to make this a wonderful program for all of our students and families. And with that, I'd like to end. Good night.
Good night. Good
You have
night,
to make a
everyone.
motion- You have to
Need
make
a
a
motion?
motion to, you have to I make motion to move.
So quick to end. Announcements. Next regular board meeting now will be Tuesday, August 11th. And you know the time, I guess we can consider the time. And now I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Sophie.
Oh, before we do, were there any second public comments, Madam Clerk?
There is no public comment, Dr. Rios.
Thank you. Okay, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes, please.
Mr. La, Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes, and good night.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes, good night.
Motion passes 6-0. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Bye, everybody. Good night.
Night.